Hello! Welcome in, everyone, to this brand new Camarilla Duology. I'm your host, I'm your storyteller, I'm your dungeon mistress. Also, I'm your bitch, VoidDoll. But enough about that. Let's meet our fine coterie, our players for tonight's session of debauchery, of high society, and bubbling blood champagne. Starting with the one and only intergalactic spice trading fox.
God damn, why does it have to be me first?
It's gotta
This
be
should be
you!
in alphabetical fucking order. This is so unfair. Hi. I'm Striker Sly, your intergalactic spice trading fox, and I trade spices for information. The rest is, well, what is it, Dolly? What is it I like to say?
It's classified.
You're damn right it is. It's classified. And today I will be playing Willa May, and I guess you'll learn a little bit about them when we get into the game, but I'll just say welcome to the archive. And you are among the forgotten now.
Go ahead and popcorn it.
Popcorn it too. Let's do Cheshire.
Hello, my name is Spectre Zero, just your average time-traveling dimension hobby android, but in this game, I'm Cheshire. Just Cheshire. Popcorning it over onto Budge.
Hi, I'm Luke, Anime and Memes out here on the internet, and I am playing Butch Holiday, a private investigator. And I'll pass it on to Vincent.
Oh, to Vincent. I am Kron. I am playing Vincent tonight, and I will pop it over to Jackie.
Hey, everyone. I am Jackie. I will be playing Elyssa, the baby of the group. Just happy to be here. All right. Is that who's all here? God, who are we missing?
With
everyone,
everybody.
right?
That's
Yeah.
everyone.
Well, I guess I'll give it back to VoidDoll.
Hello, that's me, VoidDoll. Are you guys ready for this?
So ready.
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
I was born ready.
Oh boy. Our chronicle takes place in modern nights in the Twin Cities, St. Paul and Minneapolis. Our Friday night is a calm and collected evening. The sky is partly cloudy, allowing the twinkling stars and the waxing gibbous moon just an inch from its zenith to glow, to shed its lumosity over our cities. Just shy of the Mississippi, filled with commerce, artists, beautiful architecture, and southern comforts. Tonight would be any other Friday night. Mortals going about their business, lost in each other, in activities, in their nightlife. Other mortals nestled down to sleep. And then there are those that are no longer mortal. There are those like our kindred in our twin cities, going about their business in a maybe typical or not so typical way. You see the reign of our fair prince, of our Prince Sicily, is one that, in all of the Twin Cities' history, is the most stable, the most iconic, the most, some would say, blossoming. But when there is peace, there is always a threat of complacency. And where there is threats, runs a deep dirge of paranoia through our beast-addled kindred. Before we get into the plot, I do need my players to consider where your kindred would be this Friday evening. Just a hair's breadth from the full moon. In a few days' time, to be more accurate, in 2 days' time, there is a rumor for those of the upper echelons in high society of Minneapolis to be invited to a masquerade, a ball, a social gathering for socialites, archivists, scholars, powerful, intelligent kindred. Their houses, their ghouls. And at this moment in time, our kindred, our coterie, are not aware that they're about to be invited to a masquerade of the century. You see, there is a gift to be given to the Twin Cities from the Camarilla inner circle itself. A powerful leader of the traditions. Not quite a Justicar, but a descendant of one of the original 7 that created the Camarilla, to visit. Just across the freeway, we have St. Paul, the secondary part of our city, filled with anarch. But they are a simpering juxtaposition to their New York sisters. They allow themselves to be in this stable princedom, though they define themselves as anarch. Regardless, the Twin City is Camarilla by law, and it adheres to all of the laws of the Camarilla. And so we begin tonight's session with an introduction of those who do not yet know that their fate has been inked with the blood of an ancient beast. A Friday evening, just after midnight. Go ahead and describe what your character looks like, where she would be, and what she would be doing.
Elyssa is what one might consider a very average-looking girl. She has freckles on her face, and kind of almost a layer of dirt that just kind of coats her skin. She has a patchwork jacket that seems to have been sewn together from multiple different fabrics, colors, just a sort of conglomeration of what normal people would wear. She is currently at one of her many jobs. The butcher shop. Somewhere that she can, get a midnight snack if she needs to, and get paid for doing so. She doesn't have a lot of money, so it's a good job. And unless something happens, that's what her ritual is going to be like today.
At the butcher's, what is it that she's doing? Are there people coming in tonight to purchase meats? Is she cleaning? Is she restocking? Is she taking note of things that need to be ordered?
I would say that she probably just finished draining the blood from the meat in the back and had been just cleaning up her shop. You know, there's not a lot of people who come around at this time, so it's mostly closing processes.
Roll me a wits and awareness.
Will do. Let's see. Wits 3, awareness. Two successes.
It's fairly quiet. You're the only one on deck, which is what your boss lovingly calls the area that meat is prepared. The deck. You see, your boss really likes to fish. He's a jovial, round man, and he tells you the same fishing stories back when he lived on the ocean. His favorite was the shark that jumped onto his, well, according to him, the shark has gone from 20 feet to 10 feet to 3 feet to... You catch the drift. But the deck itself is this wide island table filled by butcher block shelves that are decorated with every kind of tool you would need. Shears, scissors, very different, twine, knives, and even razor blades. And all of it is pristinely cleaned every day, which is a part of your job. And so as you are wrapping these large sections of drained and cleaned flesh and taking them into the freezer, you get this odd sense with it too. You are the only one on duty right now. There's just a little something. And so, Elyssa, when you return to the deck and your gaze falls over the instruments that you need to out-process and disinfect, you spot something on the floor. An old pair of shears. Not only are the shears themselves in design old, but they appear to be rusted, maintaining a thick bolt in the middle. This bolt doesn't look tightened. It appears that the shears can be adjusted, their width away from its opposing shear. So each knife-like appendage, and it's open, these shears. In the middle of the aisleway between the butcher block shelves and the deck island, you are certain these shears were not there before.
She kind of looks to her left and right, just double checking that she is indeed alone. Before picking up the shears, kind of brushing a hair behind her ear, and just examining it. This isn't something that she would have seen in her shop at any point over like the course of a year, right?
Roll an intelligence and an insight.
Will do. Insights 2. Three successes.
No, you absolutely would know if you'd seen these before. They have a beautiful celestial pattern on the handle that details the moon phases. Geometric, in a way. Each moon phase is almost stapled on this line, an arrow that in and of itself maintains these intricate spiraling patterns.
Her first thought was either to take it outside and just sorry, not outside, but in a box of some kind, create like a lost and found. Not that it's ever really happened before in a butcher's shop. But the intricate design sort of throws her off. Like, maybe it was custom made, given to the boss as a gift, but
It's got
the
this
celestial design, yeah.
It's got this rusted feeling. It's just this rough texture, but when you move your thumb on it, Elyssa, it breaks off easy. It almost is like red clay. Like the kind that you find out in the Mojaves. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, with that, she'd probably pull out a work phone at like the front desk. Just take a snap of a picture and send it to her boss. These yours? I think you may have left them in the shop. Weird place though. It was in the middle of the, the meat floor.
Your boss doesn't message you back right away. But when he does, he says, "Not mine. They look dirty. Why don't you clean them up and take them home?"
She reads over the message and just like examines it. Maybe if she cleaned it up, she could earn some sort of money amount. Looks pretty old, well taken care of, but on top of that, exceedingly rare. This would be able to take care of little man's entire college. Maybe. The thought, excitement almost overwhelms her, but she makes sure to do her job the best she can. So she takes the time to clean the shears, but then also to step by step close and prepare everything that needs to be prepared.
They're beautiful. You wash the shears. It is, as you suspected, this red kind of clay. It's so brilliant as you're washing it. It's almost like it's dye. It becomes this cardinal color. Almost like a red blood stain, revealing this silver and gold set of shears. There are scratches, some dings, but it's beautiful. The only red that is left is that inset on that geometric celestial engraving. The rest of your shift is quiet until you get outside. Does Elyssa take public transportation? Does she ride a bike? Does she have a moped? Does she have her own car?
I don't think the destination or like where she's trying to go is actually that far. So, she doesn't have a bike, a moped, or anything like that. She just puts the item in a bag created from ruined clothing that she either found at the dump and cleaned up, or just something that was on the road. A little duffel bag, stuffs it in there, and just walks her way out.
Is she headed to a next job? Or perchance is she headed home?
I would say another job.
Okay.
You know, little man, he's getting to a new school year and needs a whole new set of everything. So, got to put in the extra hours.
And so you make your way down the street towards your possibly third or even fourth part-time job, when there's someone behind you, a polite amount of steps away, wearing a low kept hat, a trench coat. At first you think, what are we in? Some kind of detective novel? And then this individual gets closer. And closer.
Sorry, can I help you? She stops, turns around, just faces him.
The first thing about this man that you notice are his striking eyes. The second thing that you notice is he is particularly pretty. Not handsome. Pretty. And then he grins. Are you Elyssa by chance?
Why, yes, I am. Is there something I can do to help you?
You are exactly who I am looking for. His gaze. One eye is this beautiful brown, and the other is this albino violet. And the eye that's albino has just a slight shake to it, but it isn't so off kilter that it draws away from how beautiful he is. His skin, it's ethereal, almost transparent in the way of paintings in the great museums, murals of someone trying to capture Aphrodite. If Aphrodite were male, this would be her, him in this case. You actually find you're having a bit of a difficult time looking at this person.
Yeah, asks that question, immediately averts her eyes from him, just like afraid to look at him because the comparison is too great.
Sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I just. Our meeting was not an accident. Not at all. My name is Virgil.
It's nice to meet you, Virgil.
And you as well, Miss Elyssa. I have heard rumors from, well, the society. And he gives you a bit of a wink with a charming smile, and you know that he's insinuating your botched introduction to the society. The society in this case being the high members, the upper echelons of Elysium.
She gives a very just kind of like, awkward smile as her eyes also just look at him apologetically.
I was
Yeah.
very entertained. As a member of the society myself, I cannot say I would have pardon my language, the balls to, well, dump wine on someone for some petty racist, we won't mince words, a racist comment. I am a little impressed.
Well, it wasn't called for. I just kind of lost it in a moment, I guess.
Could I, before I get to business, could I ask you a clarifying question about the situation? And he kind of, the way he shifts, it changes the whole trench coat hat demeanor, and there's almost like a schoolboy-like feeling as he slides up to you. Could maybe between just us girls, I ask you a question?
Yeah, no, sure. What? And she's just kind of like staring at him, just like, wait, hold on.
And he kind of rubs your shoulder a bit. Well, and this close, he smells like a fine jasmine perfume. This man is not wearing cologne. You also notice on the inside of his trench coat, Elyssa, sequins. The entire thing from indigo down to yellow, a rainbow of sequins on the inside of this black, menacing trench coat. You see, Leo, the one that you spoke to, Leon, sorry, he has inquired to, well, he is interested in having tea with me, shall we say, no? And I just want to know, did he actually grab you and throw you? Like, physically, was he as aggressive as the rumors say?
Sorry, for player knowledge, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, the man that you dumped wine on for being an asshole. His name is Leon. Sorry, the kindred.
Well, it took me like 2 or 3 weeks to put myself back together, so pretty hard, yeah.
I see. Thank you. And he kind of taps his chin a bit. I see. Well, I do not sense any lies from you, so I appreciate it. As I said, I am Virgil King. I am here to deliver an important message to you. I already know your schedule. I hunted you down. I know almost everything about you. I will not mince words. I will be frank. I have a very specific request for you based off of your particular botched entrance into society. Perhaps something that may interest you. Funds are involved, and a redirection of your Well, your reputation, perhaps.
Right. I mean, if it would help my standing, that would be great. And I do need the money, so I guess it depends. She like looks over his shoulder. Actually, no, wait. I'll just cancel. And she just like pulls out. Oh, she doesn't actually pull out her phone. That's illegal. And just says, "Yeah, no, I'll take care of it if I can."
Perfect. I know that your next job ends around the 3 a.m. mark. Maybe I'll give or take a few. He pulls out a slip of paper. This is the address I would like to meet you at. I will be bringing a friend. Perhaps a few friends. Perhaps I will be bringing my future husband and a few friends. So, I look forward to seeing you. And he takes his hat and he tips it a little. And it's really cringy, but he's doing it on purpose.
Congratulations.
He does not know it yet, but, well. And he just raises his eyebrows, grinning. He seems very happy. Very pleasant. But there's something else kind of lurking behind that pleasant smile and that mismatched gaze. Roll an intelligence and an insight.
Intelligence insight. Let's see. Yep, okay. 2 successes. I also rolled a skull. Does that mean it's 1?
Yes, 1. If it's
Then
on
1 success.
if it's on your red dice, it's just a 1.
Yep, 1 success.
Perfect. You are quite, like I said, you're quite distracted by how pleasant he is. You do notice that his hair, sections of it are streaks of black, but the majority of it is white. It's got a slight curl to it. It looks incredibly soft to touch. It's artistic, just like his skin. He could be a fairy, this man. But with a 1, you realize where he's cornered you, not many people would see you if he decided to do something. And after he straightens from the bow, that albino eye of his, it isn't shaking. And the pupil is this tiny slit. And you know that he sees you. And it's... what it means, you aren't sure. It's just an uncomfortable feeling, like being exposed to a lover. For the first time, there's just this wash of shy... whoever this man is, this Virgil King, he sees you. But he has that pleasant smile. And he doesn't bother to hide his fangs in this alleyway transaction. I look forward to speaking more with you.
Right. And you said 3 o'clock? Just
AM.
after shift?
You will have about 30-40 minutes leeway, but do not be later than that if you can avoid it. Please, I insist.
I will be right there.
Enjoy your work. And
Without like really thinking, she just kind of like when he turns, she just like gives him just like a bow and just like, oh wait, maybe that's not the right etiquette for this situation, and just quickly walks away once he's turned around.
as he begins to turn, he pauses, so he's speaking over his shoulder. And Elyssa, if you encounter anything strange in our fair city, the other address, the address on Blackguard Lane. That's my office. Feel free to stop by and let me know.
Okay.
And the way he's talking to you over his shoulder, he lifts his hand, and this is the first moment you realize he has fitted black riding gloves on. And he fans out his fingers as he says,
Be sure to stop by.
and when he closes his long, like delicate, almost fist with a one, it's kind of threatening. Like, he's not a very large man. No, he's tall, but he's lean. One could call him a twink, but he is opposites incarnate. And then he's gone. And you're left alone holding this this paper is thick. It feels hand pressed. It feels like the kind at the scrapbooking store / fabric store that you sometimes restock at. It feels like the handmade pressed paper that boys and girlies and non-binary peoples come in. They this is so cute. I'm gonna use this for this scrapbooking, and it's all of a sudden your thoughts feel a little disjointed in him leaving, and you're not sure why. It is only when you get to your next destination, which isn't far. It's just one street down. You're unlocking the door, going in, locking it up, that you realize you think he used disciplines. Or perhaps they were just always active. He was very alluring, and your mind felt seen. Kind of leaves a uncomfortable taste in the back of your throat. He was friendly, but he was there with a distinct purpose. Maybe he's not your friend.
Yeah, no. The lingering just sort of intimidation, or like the feeling of, oh fuck, something just happened to my brain, kind of puts a damper on her usually just happy mood as she's working there. But aside from that, what she takes away from the meeting of this individual is he is incredibly strong, and he would be willing to take me out if I did anything against him. And so it's just like a feeling of dread. But she's not going to let that keep her down.
The difference between the butcher shop and this shop is, well, it's significant. This is like an offshoot of Amazonian, where you simply package things, move it along, but you have coworkers. And one of them is a young girl. She says she's 21, but you are certain that she's only 17. You've seen the backpack that she brings in. You've seen the wallet that she's left out. You've seen what she watches on her phone. There is just a distinction about her that screams youth. The other thing that you've noticed about this kid, Elyssa, is that she's always alone. And occasionally, she comes in with a split lip or a black eye. When she first started, 3 months ago, she wore earrings. Now she doesn't wear any. She does cover everything with makeup and often fools the other kind that work in this proportioned warehouse.
it isn't the full size of a warehouse. It's a basement that's been rented out by a different warehouse to kind of do the overflow. Her name, well, the name she gave you is Mick. But you know that her actual name is Lilith. And Mick is on shift tonight with you, Elyssa. And the minute that she sees you, she smiles, and her face is thankfully clear of any remaining contusions or pain. And she seems a little happier than she has in a while. You've attempted over the last 3 months when you do work with her to get to know her. But tonight, there's just something different. And she immediately approaches you, Elyssa. And she says, "Hey, got a question for you."
Right. Well, if I have an answer, I'll give you one.
Well, you were looking
How
at
can I help?
like colleges the other day on the break
Mm-hmm.
in the break room. Are you I assume you're going, right? Like you finished your associates or, I'm just trying to decide where I'm going to start going back to college since I've moved here.
Elyssa, who has never actually been to public school whatsoever. Just
In fact, you were looking at potential saving plans for little man, but,
exactly.
you'll let Mick think what she will.
This is a college question. You wanting like a recommendation or something?
Yeah, I just saw that you were like, I know you have, I assume you're going to college. You don't look old enough to have kids.
Right. Let's just say I'm going to college then.
She squints. Okay, well, you have a kid? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay. I haven't had a kid. No.
Oh.
No, but I do have a kid I take care of. He's 8 years old. Kinda didn't have a good family life,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that's cool.
Anyways, you want help with college?
Well,
Are you looking for somewhere in the area?
I saw that you were looking at the plan to help you get in, so I just thought I would see you what you were doing. And now I'm a little awkward because I haven't even let you get your coffee for shift yet. So, you know what? Let's just meet out on the
No
floor.
worries. No. You're kind of glowing. What's this all about? She kind of like motions to like the just kind of the overall energy around her.
She grins brighter and she's like, "Oh, I got a date." And I finished my move. So I thought I would start, looking at colleges and getting all that figured out. And I just remembered that I wasn't stalking you or anything. I just happened to not be in the room, but know what you were doing.
Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, well, congratulations on finishing your move. Good job. Kind of like hand five, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then after that happens, she just says, "And who's the lucky gentleman who gets to escort you around town?"
Boys, ew, no.
Oh, I apologize. Who's the lucky lady then?
Her name's Amy, and she's a lot older than me. And she just kind of lifts her eyebrows. The door that opens out into the floor, where all of the boxes are dropped, everything is like put inside, bubble wrap, taped. This big guy
big burly guy, very hairy, on the floor. Everyone calls him the Vanilla Gorilla, but they do it with love. His name is actually Thomas. He goes by Big Tommy or Big Tom. Tom opens the door, is like, "Hey, Mick, you're not on break." She's like, "Yeah, I know that. I was getting tape." Anyways, we should meet sometime, and you should help me with that whole college saving plan you were looking at. Because, I could
Yeah, sure.
figure out the paycheck thing. And anyways, it's cool if you're going back to college to help the kid that you take care of. That's cool. Hell yeah. And Tom's just like, "Mick, I'm going. Jesus." And he's like, "Don't take the Lord's name in vain. He's not the Lord. He's the Son." And Tom just,
He has a point, Tom.
he just rolls his eyes, grumbles, gives you a "good to see you" nod, and he moves
Yeah.
back.
See you on the floor, Mick.
Mick just rushes off to the supply closet to grab more tape. And that's your evening. Unless there's anything in particular you'd like to do at this job afterwards when you get off. That paper is just burning a beckoning hole in your pocket.
If I'm feeling the tug, is this after the work? I would probably just find somewhere small, out of the way, to just kind of take it to, and then quickly open the duffel bag.
For the shears?
Mm-hmm.
Shears are still there?
Right. Well, just zip it back up. I guess I'll go to... Looks at the paper. Where exactly is she supposed to go in the city?
It's a
And about how far away?
It's far enough away you would need to get on the bus or get a goober, Can I say Uber? I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, so she would sort of begrudgingly take out the few dollars that she has, look it over, count it up, and just say, "Guess it's the public transit today," and make her way as quickly as possible to the nearest public transit.
Okay. Then it's right here that we're going to, meanwhile, to our next kindred. All right. Somewhere across town, please describe your kindred, Luke, and what you're currently doing.
Yeah, Butch is very well kept, and then he has a scar going down his left eye and an eye patch over the right. He's wearing a black turtleneck, a nice long brown trench coat. Has gloves on, form-fitting to his hands. He's just a nice mustache, and it's just all very well kept, well groomed. And he's in his apartment / office getting some documents together for a client who was thinking that his wife was having an affair. And he was tasked with getting proof, and he's basically preparing to meet the client and finish up this case.
All right. So, I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Luckily, I'm good at that.
Has anyone seen Mouse Detective? Like I literally wanted to be like,
Yes.
I love
really
mouse.
orange.
Yes,
I wanted to
yes,
be like Basil
very
of Baker Street. Do you know what I mean?
Basil of
Yes!
Baker Street.
Yeah.
So I got 5 sucks on that with awareness.
The Great Mouse Detective. Sorry.
To Radigan.
There is a knock. But the knock is almost not even there. It sounds like someone's tied something to your doorknob and it's gently rasping and clicking against its wooden frame.
Butch will turn his head towards it, and he cocks his head, and it's like he's just kind of irked that somebody didn't knock correctly, and it doesn't sound right, and it's like, and he'll lean over his desk and knock himself to just nervous tick fix it in his head, and then he'll go to the door and see who's there.
Pull open your door. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is your door locked
Yeah.
when you're inside your office?
No, it's unlocked while I'm awake, so anybody that had could come in and talk to me to get a job.
Okay. There is no one in the hall. It's just that dark green, battened down carpet, the kind that's so dense and low to the ground. It's almost tile. It's almost hardwood. And the fluorescent lighting overhead.
The paranoia immediately gets to Butch, and he's going to use Sense the Unseen to see if there's somebody doing
Roll another
any sort of.
wits and awareness.
That is 4 sucks this time.
You walk all the way up, all the way down. And then you stop about 3 feet from your door, slightly ajar, but hanging from the old brass handle is an ancient string of twine held taut by a tiny rusted key. But there's no one else. No one seen present.
Butch will just do one last little look around, reach inside his shoulder holster, just put his hand on his gun for comfort, and then reach down and out and grab the key.
All right. As soon as you grab the key, a premonition overtakes you. It is a flurry of snapshots. Crack, 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 like the flashing of lightning over your vision. You see Virgil. And then the next crack, blood splatter against this beautiful white marble, veined with amethyst and lit in a way that the marble looks like it is bleeding purple. And another flash, the key that you're holding being fit into a tiny matching lock, and in another, there's this horrible, at first, scent. It smells like the outside, but on a really hot day, like some kind of sewage, and then it changes. There's a wind, a feeling of wind. And there's pine trees and freedom. That stands out. Not only the feeling, but then the words themselves coalesce up from the grass, knitting themselves like they're interwoven. And then they switch into worm-like creatures' freedom. And then a clawed, massive hand
rips across the letters, and it falls like a tapestry. The last thing that you see in the vision before you are jettisoned back into your form it's a gentle and wicked kiss. Your eyes are closed, though, and as you open them, you see his mouth and his chin and his fine nose, Roman statuesque, and just as you get to his eyes, you're standing in your hallway. Clutched in your gloved hand, the key that has been untied. So key and twine are wrapped around your fist. And a second presence is in the hall with you. You don't know how long you've been standing there, but your client, Mr. Harrow, is awkwardly stepping from one foot to another, as if he's been waiting
Oh,
for you.
I'm sorry. I'll put the key into one of my inside pockets of my trench coat, and I'll take a moment to kind of recompose myself. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. And I'll usher him into my office.
So, what did you find?
I set up some cameras and got some very good evidence that you can present to a lawyer, and it's pretty much an open and closed case.
He looks down at his palms. The man is wearing a rumpled sweater vest and dress shirt. It looks like he's just maybe come from the bar. At least he smells like it. His hair is mussed, and he's very unremarkable in look and demeanor. But in this moment, his pain, it overflows his rage. Because the last several meetings the two of you have had, he has been enraged. So that's it. It's over. Just 15 years and it's over. What am I supposed to... He looks at you, and you can see the unfocused tilt to his gaze. His cheeks are a little rosy, and he touches your desk as he leans forward. Have you ever been married? Or been with somebody that you really care about? And you don't want him to fuck you over, but you know the minute you met him, they're a little crazy, a little wild. And you know they're gonna
Those
fuck
are
you
the
anyways? You know that?
It didn't work out for me either. I see a lot of the awful side of love in my line of business.
And what did you do? How'd you get over it? Did you ever get over it? How am I supposed to go? How do I?
I never got over it. I don't know how to tell you to get over it. You move forward, and it hurts a little less each day.
Is that why you do this? And his watery brown gaze is locked on your face. Is that why you catch other just cheaters? Just shitty.
I just do this to make a living. It's what I'm good at, as you can see.
His mouth closes.
Yeah, I see that.
But don't worry. I think you can find love again.
Fuck that. I'm done.
That's always an option too, I guess. You know what I recommend? Get yourself a dog. I've heard good things about getting a dog. They'll never betray you. A buddy of mine, actually, when I was in the army, when we were going to come back, he said he wanted to get a dog. And then he just kind of sighs.
What happened to the dog?
Oh, nothing happened to the dog. My friend never came back.
Oh. The man's name is Gavin Harrow. He's a early 50s, late 40s. Divorcee now. I'm sorry, sorry to hear that. I just... Thanks for finding the truth. It sucks.
It's what I'm good at, finding the truth. And I have to deliver it, no matter how awful the truth is. That's my job. That's what you paid me for.
He squints at you. Now, I know I'm a little fucked up. And, I'm probably gonna go back to the bar and get a little more fucked up now that I know. But, you might want to see somebody about that. You know? Sounds like you got a thing going on with your... And he just kind of waves his palm at you with your, you know...
I got a couple demons in the closet. Anybody who's come back from war could tell you that, though.
What war'd you fight in?
A bad one.
Imagine they're all pretty bad, bud.
He'll reach into his pocket, pull out his cigar case, open it up, pull out a cigar for himself, look over. Do you want one?
Yeah, I do. Thanks.
He'll extend the cigar case, the photo of Butch and a lot of people he'll get to see that for a second.
Those your war buddies?
That was my platoon.
That photo looks a little old.
It is a little old. And I'll pull it back and close it after he takes the cigar.
You know, I always thought you were a little weird, and it not like that kind of weird. Okay, I'm fine with whatever you like. I think, because I'm a little, you know, and he motions at his face. I'm a little, you know, you're a little...
You drank a little much tonight.
Yeah, you're a little weird.
I can smell it on your breath.
And I'm a little drunk. Okay, well, you know what, Mr. Holiday, it was great working with you. So you never found somebody else? You never got over it? You just you got a dog? Because your friend that died wanted a dog?
I didn't get a dog.
Why'd you tell me to get a dog?
Because I thought it was a good idea.
Is it a good idea? To get a
I
dog?
haven't really had the opportunity to get a dog.
Well, what kind of dog? A little dog
Something...
or like a big dog? Like,
yeah, get a little dog, one that can fit in your lap.
like a rat dog?
No, not that little. Maybe a corgi. They're cute, right?
Aren't they expensive?
Adopt one. Rescue it. It'll love you forever.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a manipulation and persuasion.
You bet. I rolled fantastic. 4 sucks.
Okay, you can tell that in his inebriated mind, he's considering the merits of getting a dog that's not quite a rat dog, but can be in the lap. And he just... Okay.
Bro.
Yeah. I can do that. I need a dog. I get a dog, and a dog will never... Dog won't
Never betray you.
fuck my boss, that's for sure. Hey, do you have any more advice? You know, I thought we were gonna be forever, you know, and he's standing. Gavin stands and he's like over at the door. He's like, I thought we were gonna, right, like, when I made those vows, that was it. You know,
Don't let this be the end of you. Start doing your old hobbies and do things that you didn't let you do.
like you.
Live for yourself, yeah. Yeah, like me. Because as
Because-
much as this is a job, it's also kind of a hobby.
Okay. Okay. That's, you know what, Mr. Holiday, you're all right. You're a little weird, but you're all right. I think you're cool. I'm just,
It's very nice of you to say.
yeah. Thanks. All right. Well, you and he puts his hand on your door handle, and he's like, gonna open the door, and roll a wits and awareness.
Four sucks.
He definitely wants something from you, but you're not really sure until he like lets go of your door handle, and you're like, oh no, he's gonna ask me if I want to be friends. And he says, so you only work at night?
Yeah.
We get breakfast if you sometime. I don't really have a lot of friends that are, you know.
I'm not the right person to try to be friends with.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. And he opens the door. And takes the files that you've comes back, takes the files you've prepared, and he shuts your door, and you can see. I guess, is there frosted glass in your door, or is it just solid?
Yeah, it's a frosted glass and it has the private eye. Which holiday?
Okay, you see that he's outside your door, just standing there, and then you hear him start to make this kind of hiss sound, and then his shoulders start shaking, and he's holding in the sobs just outside your office, holding on to these papers. And after a little while, he wanders away.
Which just goes, fuck. Poor guy.
Gavin Harrow, a interesting kind. You see, he was in the running to become a ghoul for one of the Primogen. You know that he was being watched. You know that he was being vetted. And there was one defining moment. He could have been the boss of the company. He could have taken it. All he had to do was skip a birthday, go into the office, give the presentation, and his whole world would have changed. He could have had anything that he wanted. He would have been a part of the family. And eventually, maybe even a kindred. But his wife was his priority. And he went to her birthday. They ate at Little Sicily. And the Camarilla let him go, deeming him not ambitious enough. He would never choose the embrace. It was serendipitous the day he ended up in your office with suspicions. Suspicions that you think may have been engineered by the clan who's interested in Gavin Harrow. What does Butch do?
He'll pull out an extra notepad where he's been recording what he's been thinking of the clan that's been keeping an eye on Gavin.
Okay, so Ventru.
Mm-hmm. And see if there's anywhere for him to get any favors out of this information that he's come across.
Favors that you assisted, a potential...
Or blackmailing for what they did.
Ah. Okay. Go ahead and roll an intelligence and investigation as you're looking through these files, just waiting for something to jump out.
Can I
at
use
you.
my forensics with the investigation?
You sure can. I'll allow it.
Ooh. That's pretty good. That's 4 sucks.
You do not know who in Clan Ventru may be manipulating things behind the scenes, influencing. There isn't enough information. But you know enough that you can look into the clan. In Elysium, there are 10 acting clan members, notwithstanding the Ventru Primogen herself. It would be a simple matter of maybe 10 introductions, 10 interviews, and then a slow deduction. Because if this wasn't sanctioned by the Primogen of the Ventru, you would have gold in your palm. Blackmail of a delicious sort.
Sounds good for my ambition. That's what I'll take my time to do next.
Okay. Butch.
Yeah.
You have just forensicked your way through some of these files. Leaning back in your old leather chair, you're reminded as something shifts in your pocket of the key.
Don't have any leads currently for it, but a lead is bound to present itself since it was so clearly left here for me. I'll just continue on my plans and see if anything, keep an eye out for anything that relates to the key.
Okay. At any point, do you pull the key out and examine it further?
Yeah, I'll take a chance to examine it further.
Okay, as you pull it from your pocket, that rust, which now you know is some kind of hardened clay, breaks off, leaving a smear of dust on your gloves and your pants.
So because I have the Bloodhound merit, I'm going to try to give this a sniff. See if I smell anything weird on this dust.
Roll a wits and awareness.
That is 6 sucks with a crit.
You bring the key. Actually, you bring the smear of dust on your glove up to your nose. It is blood. And dirt. Clay, to be specific. But how the clay and blood were mixed together and then ground and dried into a powder is curious.
Is there a specific resonance on the blood?
Not at all. Very likely it's left its living source for far too long. But when you brush your thumb over the tiny key, more of the clay mixture breaks off. There's this interesting impression down the length of the key. The handle itself is twisted in a way that gives it this filigree moon, like this disc Cheshire smile of a crescent moon. Then there's this geometric moon phase pattern down the length of it. What do you do?
Well, I'll take the dirt sample, I'll put it into a separate little baggie and put it away in my filing cabinet, and I'll return the key to my pocket, and I will continue with the going towards the Ventru to talk to them to see if I can turn this strand into actual real blackmail.
Okay. So you're going to close up shop and you're going to head to a location, Elysium, very likely, where many of them wine and dine and linger? That was linger and mingle. Linger and mingle.
They definitely lingle there.
Lingle, yeah.
It's Elysium.
I was there. They lingle there. Roll wits and awareness as you step out in the hallway and you start locking things up.
That is 7 sucks. Another juicy crit.
The old school, like first generation elevator that leads up to the hallway where your office is located. It dings, and then it slowly trundles open, and a very familiar scent. He's wearing a trench coat, a fedora-like cap, and an incredibly serious expression on his face.
Butch will slowly turn to his direction, frowning.
I saw that your client left. I thought perhaps now would be an appropriate time to ask for your audience, Butch.
I'll unlock the door and motion him to come into my office.
He steps carefully and then hurriedly. When you move into the office, do you stay by the door or do you put significant distance between the two of you?
I'm gonna hold the door open for him, but I have one arm kind of crossed, like I'm putting a barrier between me and him.
Okay. So as he gets to the door, he's going to close it behind him, and he's going to reach up and take his hat off.
You look handsome. I like tonight's eye patch.
Butch just kind of sighs. Been a while, Virgil.
Indeed.
And he pulls his jacket off
drapes it over one arm and kind of moves slowly throughout your office, testing the waters.
I'm watching him like super observantly.
How have you been lately?
How long lately? Past 20 years? More?
More recent nights, no?
There's been a lot of kind coming in. Apparently I do good work.
You have always done good work. I would argue great work.
And he's looking at your bookshelves and anything that you might have on the walls. What does he see?
There's a fake diploma. It's not obviously fake, but it's fake. Somebody professionally made that for him at some point.
Okay.
A little bit on the down low. There's a pretty big library of books, ranging to law stuff, and just there's like little extra like cameras and stuff, and just gadgets. There's a nice couch on the side, and a chair, and his desk. Nothing else of too much significant out.
You do not have pictures in your office of your boyfriends or family?
I haven't had the time to look for somebody. It was hard enough getting away from that crazy Russian.
He frowns when you mention him deeply. And there's a bit of a tick. And he reaches up to rub his neck.
But you are here and safe. Let's not spoil the air with mention of him.
Okay. You can forget about that psycho for now. And he just kind of rubs his hand across his chest, remembering something very specific.
Without realizing it, or maybe you do realize it, but you don't move back, Virgil, he's relieved himself of his jacket and hat in one of your chairs where your clients sit folded neatly, and he's like leaning into your space. And it's very reminiscent of before. You have a flash to this particular evening between the two of you. You know exactly what his skin feels like.
Why are you doing that?
And his dual-colored gaze drops to your hand, rubbing the center of your chest, and then back up into your face. But he's so close, it would be a breath. And the two of you could be kissing.
Pull back. I'm just remembering a new hurt. A permanent one.
I have been meaning to reach out to you. I really want you to know that. I have been a coward, you could say. There really is no excuse I could make.
I don't think any words would excuse it at this point.
Perhaps then maybe an action.
Maybe an action.
The first smile he's cracked since arriving at your office, and it's as brilliant as you remember. And just as manipulative as you remember.
My business as sheriff keeps me very busy, you can imagine, Butch. But I am at a place now where perhaps you and I could...
Any motions between the two of you. With his own gloved hands.
attempt something.
You know, I'd want you all to myself now.
And he holds out his gloved palms. There is no one here but you and me.
I still need you to prove it to me. Apologize properly.
And what would it take for you to accept my apology?
I don't know.
He does step
That's for
forward.
you to. That's for you to make me.
And he takes another step forward.
I could earn it on my knees, or...
And he stops.
Oh, you could definitely earn it on your knees, couldn't you?
His eyes do flash when you say that.
Yes, I would be more than willing.
But
And-
that might be too easy.
I was going to say... if that is not what you are looking for, I miss you, Butch. I miss what we had. I miss our nights at sea. I miss the way you sound. I miss the fun we had.
Which his eyes just linger on him. Definitely just enjoying his whole vision, just really looking at him.
I have achieved a significant piece of my ambition.
And you know, he has always wanted a high rank in the Camarilla. And it makes you wonder, Butch, is he only coming to you now because he's the sheriff and has settled into the role?
No, I've also came to my own ambitions.
Perhaps I could prove myself by helping you achieve them.
Yes, you could.
His eyebrows lift and he kind of gets a little quirky smile.
Then what is it exactly that you need?
And he's all the way in your space now.
I don't know how much I want to tell you. I don't know how much I trust you yet.
Naturally. We can take it slow. We can...
We do have forever.
I'm so glad you understand. What has been long for a mortal is just a moment for you and I.
And he's going to reach for your shirt. and
I won't stop him.
your belt as he's
I
talking.
won't stop him.
His hands are slowly working.
He says, why don't we start where we are best? Where we have always been very good together.
It has been a long time.
How actually into this is Butch? Gonna have Virgil roll a wits and insight.
Butch, as always, I'll let you roll first.
Okay, give me. Yeah. Okay, that's a 4.
Butch is definitely lusting after that body.
Okay.
And it's been so long, and he's definitely into it.
Okay.
But he still has like the love emotion, but there's also some negative emotions aimed at him, at Virgil too. He'll pick up on all that.
Okay.
You know,
There's both love and hate.
you can be a little rough with me if you'd like.
And then
Maybe I'll find another way to take it out on you.
he's gonna kiss your throat, Butch. And he just purrs. And he says,
I'm not only here for...
and he pauses. Roll wits and insight.
Okay. That is 5 sucks.
Okay. Thing about Virgil. He is manipulative. However, he is a terrible fucking liar. Terrible at it. He manipulates in a lot of ways by lies of omission, telling half-truths. So he's always truthing, and it's a way that he finagles and he beguiles kindred society. And so his honor and his reputation always remain intact because he always tells the truth, just sometimes he leaves out important things. And his pause as he's slipped his hands into your open shirt, and how he's got his vest undone and his shirt untucked, you weren't even aware. But that pause tells you everything that you need to know. He is not only here to apologize. He's not here exactly for you. And it kind of tweaks that hatred in you, Butch, that anger. He's here on business, and you don't know if he would have come and seen you otherwise.
I'm gonna immediately reach down into his hair very slowly, and then very abruptly grab him by the hair tight and pull him back up.
Yes.
You can see his fangs, and it hurts, but he likes it. You can tell, because he pushes his hips against yours.
I told you could be a little rough. But what can I say? I'm an honest man.
You always have been.
He runs his tongue across
So
his
tell
teeth.
me, what is the business first?
Surely we
They
could
never say.
enjoy ourselves first. Let's not spoil the mood, no? We were just getting to the
You
main...
always do business before pleasure.
Right.
And you're still holding onto his hair as he
Oh,
speaks?
100%.
Okay.
I'm the Dom.
Okay.
The Seneschal is interested in a meeting with you and the use of your particular skills. I did want to come see you, Butch. I crave you in a way it's unlike anyone else. You know this. You've experienced it. At 3 a.m., we are supposed to meet. I will be there. She will be there. I do not know entirely the details, but I have an inclination as to what it is about.
Anything you'd like to share?
Other than I really want to be between your legs right now? No. I have said it all.
I think I'm gonna make you wait as your punishment. And, Butch will redress himself.
Could you do it a little slower at least?
I'll slow down a little bit.
Okay.
He will notice, too, that there's like a medical patch on his chest covering a large portion of skin.
Did something recently happen?
No, it's old.
Is it from the Russian?
He did take a number on me right before he turned me.
Virgil reaches up to kind of rub his face. I am very sorry that happened to you.
I'm sorry you weren't there to save me.
It is my greatest regret. And he dresses himself and goes over to his hat and coat and pick them up. I will see you at 3 a.m.
Yes, you will see me. I like the outfit, by the way. It reminds me of someone.
You should see what I'm wearing underneath. And he's going to open the door.
I will let him go.
Okay. He closes the door behind him, and you are left standing in your office. You do see a small paper, a slip of it, on your desk with a address.
I will take said paper.
Okay. And we're going to meanwhile right there. Vincent, it is a Friday night. It's almost full moon. It's a lovely evening. Where is your kindred right now? And what do you look like?
He would be kind of like half dressed in some loungewear, like pants, open robe, sitting at a desk. Like the thick, heavy curtains over the window would be pulled open, the moonlight like seeping in. He'd have his feet up, basically like very relaxed, reading a magazine of dubious content and just waiting. Just to see if there was a message or something to come through to tell him what he should do with his night.
Is there anyone he's waiting for in particular?
Probably to hear from his sire on if they have anything to do. Otherwise, just kind of killing his own time for the time being.
Roll a wits and awareness.
I have 22 bullets left, so
4.
Are you in your like apartment of rooms? Or like in the living room? Where are you currently lounged?
Yeah, he'd be in his like housing situation. Not in like the living room, but like kind of a study off to the side.
Okay. And so this study, done in dark tones, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
Moody, broody. What's curious, Vincent, our viewers, actually, not Vincent, this room boasts a hearth and only candles as its light source. The hearth is currently banked a low, non-threatening flame, casting brooding light into the dark study. That's when you notice, up on the mantle, one of the candelabras has been tipped over.
He'd kind of like strum his fingers on the desktop, contemplating whether to get up or whether to call Nicholas. He kind of sits there for a moment, just staring at it.
Make another wits and
Footstep.
awareness for me.
That is another 4.
As you sit down, your magazine next to you, the double doors that open onto the veranda from this study, you hear them click and slightly open, enough that moonlight, a thin sheet of it, slices across the room and lands perfectly on that tipped over candelabra. Now that, looking between the two, Vincent, it's a little irritating, maybe a little more so, because this candelabra doesn't match any of the other ones. It's rusted. Looks old. I mean, everything in this house looks old, but it looks old. It's smaller than the other candle holders on the mantle and around the room. Less ornate, less Academy Noir style. This thing looks like vintage grandma, 13th century kind of level.
I don't recall that being in here before. Did they replace one? He'd kind of get up and shuffle over to it, kind of lazily, just looking at it. And as he gets closer, he'd call out, "Nicholas, can you come here?"
You hear him before you see him. The tap, 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 tap. And then his tall, narrow frame enters the doorway. Big round glasses, auburn hair. It's like cut in a way where the front is longer and the back is shorter. He's got, still in his hands, a couple of college books. He's a little older to be attending college, but still. You called?
Yes. Do you know why this is in here? He kind of gestures down towards the candelabra.
No.
Do you know where it came from?
Also no.
Vincent will reach down and pick it up and kind of examine it closely.
Okay. It's the moment you pick it up, you feel the texture breaks way to this powder, and it isn't rust at all. Clay. And in the spiral base of the candelabra and up on the handle, there's this beautiful lunar geometric pattern. And when you rub your thumb on it harder, that clay has been packed into the relief, but it's shining. It is like a carnation red.
Hmm. Would Vincent have any idea of if clay like this could be found in the nearby areas?
Roll an intelligence. And a academics. Let's recall some lore from the National Geographic Channel.
Little do you know, Vincent has specialty in geology.
No.
It's just a joke. I'm sorry.
That is a 2.
There's this clay mask that you had Nicholas buy you. You wanted to try it because you saw it on that. Well, he showed you from a distance because sometimes you like to watch the talk. And there was this clay face mask that was trending called Aztec Red. Could be that. But why the fuck would someone put a face mask on a candelabra? Or a candle holder? Not even a candelabra. Candle holder. Single candle holder. What are they, stupid?
He'd kind of like continue to brush it off and like just making a mess on the floor and of his hands as he like rotates the candle holder around studying it.
You hear Nicholas. And he goes to get the vacuum. And then when he goes to plug it in, he stops and looks at you.
Yes, I know. Give me a second. He will continue to rub the rest of the dirt off and the clay as much as he can into that little pile there. And then he'll go walk into the next room.
Okay.
Very well, you can clean up.
Only when you walk into the next room, the electrical lights in the study turn on. And the vacuum. After a moment, Nicholas exits the study, shuts the lights off, puts the vacuum away. Staring at you.
Do you know anything about lunar patterns?
I suppose it depends on what your question is. Do they have significance?
Shrugs.
Vincent kind of shrugs back and then like just holds up
Pseudoscience
the.
or scientifically?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, pseudoscience, like astrology signs, or like scientifically, like the effects that it has on the magnetic field of the Earth, kind of a thing.
I mean, I would guess both could be helpful.
Okay.
Like, do you recognize what these are?
It looks like a very stereotypical, whimsical girl's stamp of, oh my god, I'm a Leo and you're an Aries. We shouldn't be friends. Oh my god. That's what it looks like.
Hey, next time you're out, can you pick up some astrology magazines?
Yes, I could do that for you.
And don't forget the new Cosmo.
I have your subscriptions, sir. Is there anything else I can do for you before I go check in with your sire?
No, just go see if they need anything. I know we've been kind of waiting for them for a little bit.
If we have a free night, would you mind if I... You're welcome to come with me, of course, sir, but I needed a book from the library at the college, and I wanted to...
What he doesn't say is he wanted to break in to get it. Nicholas is a scholar, a college student, late bloomer, but he's quite handy with the larceny.
Question: would he kind of have an idea of what Vincent's or Nicholas is trying to say?
Absolutely. I assume the two of them are friendly, to the point that maybe Vincent finds Nicholas's capabilities entertaining. Joyrides, certainly. And Vincent never really gets in trouble. That's the beauty of this.
Hearing that he wants to go to the library, Vincent would put his hand on Nicholas's shoulder and be like, well, I mean, even if we don't have a night off, they haven't told us anything yet. We can make a detour.
I know that you are immune to getting into trouble. The last time I took you on a capade with me, which I'm happy to have you come with me, but we cannot set off any fire alarms because we like the sound of it. Neither can we decide to do anything that's
I can't even set them off.
very 88. He frowns at you. When one goes on the fritz, Vincent, the others that are all connected in the system across the campus freak out. And he calms himself. I understand that you are not in trouble. I understand that you are perfect. But I do not want to dig ditches. It is unpleasant. There is nothing more difficult than being told to dig a hole and then to continue digging that hole. That is probably the worst thing to ever do, ever. Ever. And then fill in
I
that
think
hole.
there's worse fates than that.
No, there isn't. There isn't. Digging a hole.
Here. I'll go into the library for you, and you're there just in case, since you need to be there to answer the phone. That way I take all the risk, and I take all the blame, since he gets kind of a sly smile as he says this.
I could be persuaded. I need some translations from Socrates and his teacher.
Do you know where in the library I could find them?
In the basement. They're in the archives. So.
I'm assuming under electronic lock and key. Or just electronic lock is usually what most places go to nowadays.
You should just really try not to set it off. I mean, I know you'll turn it off and it'll open for you, but the police will show up. Maybe I should just go. Maybe I should just go and you can just walk with me with your hands in your pockets and we can just enjoy the library together. So I can pick up these books and finish reading them for my quiz.
It almost sounds like a date when you put it like that, but he kind of squints at him.
Nicholas looks at you almost bored. And that's supposed to upset me? It's modern times.
I'll go get dressed.
Yes. I mean, of course, sir. Thank you. something with pockets. Perhaps you should bring a wooden fidget toy.
Did we ever get a new one of those? The last one started to give me splinters.
I ordered you the squishable ducks.
Did they come in?
They're in your room,
Oh shit.
next to the neon-colored sock garters that you asked for, and the playgirls. So,
Vincent just kind of nods at that. Okay, I know what I'm wearing tonight.
ugh. I do have another question since we're talking about this. Could I not have the subscriptions in my name?
I'm sorry, you don't get out of that one.
Fuck.
What? They're gonna think you like all sides of the field. I mean, you get the Playboys, the Playgirls, Cosmo, all of them.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go check in with your sire.
All right, sounds good. Vincent will just hurry off to his room. You'll hear like the little duck sounds of the duck squeaking. When he gets stressed, he is definitely going to put on the neon colored stuff.
Okay.
But over that, he's going to put on like a very nice dark pinstripe suit, like with vest, tie, everything. What you will know is going to be absent from this is he is not going to have a watch.
He has a sundial. I'm just kidding.
And then he's going to place one duck in his pants pocket, and then he's going to carefully stick one looking out of the top of his vest pocket. So like just the little heads peeking out.
Okay. And so you dress and you get ready for this larceny date library break-in. Did you bring the little candle holder with you?
Into the room, yes, he would.
Oh, what?
Roll. Do you have Auspex by chance? I don't think you do.
I don't think I do. I think I keep making characters without it.
That's okay.
Where do you set the candelabra? Or the candle holder, sorry.
Oh, he probably wouldn't think much of it, so he would set it like on the dresser next to where he's getting ready with everything.
Okay. As you're putting all the neon string everything that you ordered, which was probably hilarious for Nicholas to open for you and get from the Amazonian mini warehouse downtown. You think you hear your name whispered? And when you turn towards the sound, the candle holder's the only thing there.
Ooh, at that, you would kind of, if you were in the room, you would see Vincent kind of bristle. And if you look under my second power, you'd see like kind of the shadows kind of become a little bit unnaturally dark around him.
They twist a bit,
Mm-hmm.
but perhaps
Like
maybe you just hallucinated it.
Yeah, once he looked around and realized that he was alone, he'd probably go back to getting dressed.
When you finish, Your eyes are drawn back to the candle holder, and you have a feeling very distinct to take it with you.
Hmm. I wonder if I have any candles that would fit in this. He'd kind of pick it up on his way out the room and then go try to look for a candle to actually stick in it.
Okay. As you move about the manor, it's kept pretty dark and brooding and quiet.
You can shoot the other one, or I can shoot at the one that's on the right now, I guess.
Sorry, I was answering a whisper. There's a
Either on me.
familiar sensation as you're moving down like the grand stairs to the mosaic on the floor right before the antechamber that leads outside. There's steel reinforced walls, doors, windows, etc. that all shutter and close during the day, and it's the feeling of your sire. It's this looming presence. This dark that's unnatural. And across the mosaic, the tile floor, the shadows chase away the light. And then all 6'5" of her steps into view.
You'd see Vincent kind of do like a bow to her.
Her hair is pulled back, slicked into a very long braid that passes her butt. The lines of her face are drawn. The sharp, cruel edges of her nose and her jaw are a perfect precursor to her personality. Vincent, is
Yes,
there
ma'am.
anything going on that perhaps in particular I should know about?
We were just about to go and get some study material. And then he shows her the candle holder. This showed up in my study.
Her pale, glacial eyes narrow.
I think I charged the hell out of you.
Are you sure it wasn't left there by Nicholas?
He denied knowing where it came from.
One blonde brow lifts. And so I should check with the other staff then.
Oh no.
Is there nothing else, Vincent, that I should know about?
As I said, we were going to leave to go get some study material.
You said that already. You aren't dumb. Don't repeat yourself. Did you or did you not do something that would earn the attention of our sheriff?
Oh, he's moving mad now.
I did.
And she frowns.
And she waits. She makes a motion for you to spill your words out among the shadows across the mosaics before the both of you.
I did not realize the alarms would go off like that.
Both her brows lift now, and she tilts that really narrow, sharp chin. Oh. Alarms from where?
He would go through and recount what happened with the fire alarms and everything and how those went off.
She listens patiently. I would like you, if you're trying to get out of being in trouble, to roll a persuasion, a charisma, and go ahead and add that merit that you've got.
No. That is 8 with a crit.
As you explain your story, her shadows get darker and deeper, and the candles start going out until the two of you are just kind of in the dark. And then your sire, with a snap of her fingers, lights all of the candles in the 290 candelabra, like chandelier, above you. That is all well and good. But the joy rides that you and your idiot ghoul get up to are not something that would earn the ire of the sheriff. I have taught you better, Vincent. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to experiment. You're even allowed to play. But that idiot ghoul of yours, falligate him if I need to. Irregardless, and she steps into your space, and she's quite the large woman. She has the standing of a Norse goddess. The sheriff is here to see you. He's in the dining room. And then she twists and motions in a very, almost robotic, sharp angle. Let's not keep our guest waiting. And remember our etiquette, son.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anything I need to know before we go in there?
Locate and rescue the pilot.
She just gives you a cruel smile. Our mistakes are our greatest teacher, Vincent.
He nods at that.
And she watches you. She watches you like a raven. She's all in black, with her white blonde hair and her glacial eyes. As you move towards the dining room, which is just off to the left of the grand staircase, you hear Nicholas, and you can imagine her gaze twisting to his, almost bird-like. And she says, Nicholas, you and I are going to have a chat.
The dining room, Vincent, is artfully, beautifully welcoming. It is the friendliest room in the house. Its carpet done in a deep plum wine color. The ceiling, a reflection of the mosaic from the big room with the huge staircase. The fresco that's painted up on the ceiling that mimics the marble from the floor in the other room is done a lot like that in the Sistine Chapel. But there's something about it that's mocking. Some of the replication changed purposefully. Other minor details are the fact that the chairs are all the same make and model, but from 100 years apart. Each one commissioned by your sire, by her sire, by their sire before them. A La Sombra heritage. And each of these chairs is steepled like a Gothic castle's window, straight backed and dyed black. There are 2 exits, one that leads to the kitchen and the other that leads to a wide hallway that opens up into the grand ballroom. And seated to the right of the head of the table is a fae-like creature. And I say fae-like because he's just beautiful. Tall, lithe, in the way that a all-white deer is sort of magnificent. Beautiful. His coat and his hat are draped across the back of his steepled chair, giving the point itself a little hat, little top hat kind of vibe. It's almost comical. Good evening. I am sorry to be invading. I asked your sire for a meeting with you, though. Vincent? No?
Correct. And good evening, sir. He would do like a slight bow.
Please, please, come. Have a seat.
When he says that, does he gesture to a specific chair, like across the table from him or something?
Yep. Or next to him. He gestures across and then next to him.
Vincent would take the seat across, the first one he gestures to.
Is everything... sorry, it is not my place to question, but are you alright? You seem nervous.
No, everything's fine. I'm just curious of the reason for the visit.
Well, it has come to our attention that there has been a bit of well, your reputation, Vincent. Your family's reputation kind of hinges on behavior. And I understand you are a young man coming of age, learning things about himself and his world. And I wanted to offer you an opportunity, a chance to, guide your reputation and, by extension, your family's name in a good direction.
And what would that require from me?
He pulls out a slip of paper. A meeting. Tonight. At 3 a.m.
Okay. Where at?
The address is on the card. It is a proposition, a trade, if you will. And he leans forward, and when he does, the one eye that is albino, you watch as it stops that little shaking that it has. I described way earlier. And the pupil slits. You see, we are aware of the inappropriate use of your electronic appliance application. And if word got out, it could be damaging to invites that your sire may get to future acts of society. You understand. And the whole time he's like drawing on this little napkin that he was given.
Vincent would kind of lean forward and cross his hands in front of him. So, blackmail, is it? In a way.
A chance to rewrite your stars.
What guarantee do I have from you that it will actually happen?
I am an honest man, and my reputation alone should be enough. In fact, it is rude that you are even questioning me. You do know who and what I am.
I do, but you do realize you haven't introduced yourself.
Yeah, I believe your sire said she was going to introduce me, but allow me. And he stands and he gives you a little bow. I am Virgil King, the sheriff of this area of the Camarilla. You see, my jurisdiction runs from the Twin Cities beyond Chicago. Do not let my slight frame fool you. I am quite good at what I do.
He'd see like a small smile like creep across Vincent's face. And well then, will I be seeing you at 3?
Absolutely. He reaches over, there's a napkin he's been doodling on, picks his pen up, tucks it into his vest. Tell me, does this mean we are at an accord?
It does. And we can shake on it if you would like.
And he slides the napkin forward. And gives you a smile.
He would reach to take the napkin.
You see that it's this drawing, and it's a cat holding a candle in a candle holder. I have other business to attend to, young Vincent. I look forward to our meeting. And he gathers his coat and his hat, grins in a way that flashes his fangs. And don't worry. I will make sure your sire knows no harm, no foul.
Thank you. I guess, would Vincent put 2 and 2 together, the candle holder from the cat and the candle holder he found?
It is odd. It's not quite the same kind of candle holder, but it is a little bit too weird to be serendipitous.
Hmm.
Where do you go?
He would probably head back out to go see where his sire went. Probably, or
Is
see Virgil out first and then go to see where his sire went.
okay. Virgil's a hastily retreating polite guest. And it's a few moments later that you don't find your sire, but you do find Nicholas. And he's, well, you can smell the contusions. He's just pulling his dress shirt back on and buttoning it up. Are you ready to go?
Yes, let's go. And I have somewhere I need to be at 3.
Is everything okay?
He kind of does like the half shrug.
Are you in trouble?
I mean,
Did you do
is
something?
anything ever okay?
He kind of gets a tired smile. Yes. With you? I don't know. Sometimes. But
Let's go get your study material. And over there, let's pick up some books on astrology crap.
fair enough. And so the two of you head to the library at the college.
He would make sure to bring the candle holder, by the way,
Okay.
and a candle.
You haven't found one yet, but you've got a whole handful that you've brought with you in a grocery sack. A reusable grocery sack because grocery sack because the servants use them when they shop during the day for the ghouls that run the. Anyways, neither here nor there. It's a fancy one, and it's filled with different candles that you're trying out, and it seems like none of them are working. And it's right here that we are going to take a quick pee-pee break, then come back and meet our last two kindred. And we're back. We meanwhile across the city to a quiet location. Distinct, set apart, and different than all of those before. Sly, could you please describe your kindred and what they are doing on this fine Friday evening?
Deep within this archive, it is a labyrinth of books and paper where stacks rise in this organized chaos, a library untouched by time. The air itself is thick with the scent of old tomes, preserved paper, dried ink, and history itself. And at the very heart of it, amid the hushed reverence of knowledge, there is a statue. She sits at a massive wooden desk, the color of cherry wood. Poised before this ancient book, this figure is unmoving, untouched by the passage of time, a relic of marble and fissured stone that is frozen in contemplation. Her form is delicate, yet fractured. Skin like aged porcelain, marbled white and gray, and veined with red where the cracks deepen. Her lips are deep and eternally cracked, appearing as if they bleed. Frozen in silence in her eyes are this vast and unblinking carved marble, swirled like that of a forgotten Grecian relic. Even the moths and the butterflies that drift throughout the archive seem to respect the stillness, her stillness, and they perch upon the edges of the bookshelves, watching and waiting. But you see, she's not a statue. If you were to get closer, there is a whisper that spills from the fissures of her lips, words slipping like ink bleeding through parchment, soft and deliberate. So farewell, hope, and with hope, farewell, fear. Farewell, remorse. All good to me is lost. Evil be thou my good. She has these gloves on her hands, cotton, soft, white as her skin, and so carefully, so reverently, she moves at last, brushing against the fragile parchment of this book, a true original printing of Paradise Lost by John Milton. But she reads not for pleasure, nor for the idle curiosity. She reads because this book itself should not exist. The book's margins have secrets written in frantic, slanted hands, notes not belonging to Milton, but to another mind entirely. The fall is not the end, but the beginning. From ruin, power, from exile, dominion, even angels build empires in the dark. Her head tilts slightly, the smallest movement, yet enough for the oil lamp light to flicker against the sharp edges of her fractured form, and a moth lands on the back of her hand, its delicate wings beating. She does not brush it away, it sits, waiting. So she reaches for a fresh sheet of parchment, dipping her quill into the ink with slow, careful precision, and she starts to write, this quiet scratch of pen against paper, the only sound in this cavernous hall of the archive. The book was placed here for a reason, to be studied, to be remembered, and perhaps the rumors are true. Perhaps an elder kindred saw himself in Lucifer's fall, in his rebellion, in this forging of an empire in the absence of light. Perhaps this book is more than simply a story, because there's always a reason for a story to be held within the archives. Perhaps, like all things, it is simply waiting for the right eyes, her eyes, to see what has been written between the lines. The bell rings. It's kind of like one of those old bookshops, and you as you open the door. And Willa does not move immediately, so she just lets the silence stretch, the weight of the archive pressing in. The visitor beyond the door does not yet know where she is, or perhaps they do. But without lifting her gaze from the book, her voice, soft, deliberate, unreadable, it drifts into the dark as if it's whispering upon the flecks of dust. Welcome to the archive. She closes Paradise Lost with measured precision. Tell me, what is it you seek? She waits to hear the response of whoever has rung the bell.
There is a scent. It gets the flitting moths and butterflies to stir. And Willa, when it hits your senses, it's a sweet perfume. It could almost be considered pleasant. Almost. But there's an unsettled hint, an overture of too much, of excess. But the voice that follows the scent is pleasant enough, and you hear a chuckle, almost a masculine giggle.
I'm sorry, I do not speak little moth, but you are welcome to continue to perch on my face. You are very tickly, little creature.
Is he visible to her now?
He is among the stacks. It doesn't seem like he's moved, as all of your owl and lunar moths have just attached themselves to him.
Pardon, I am seeking a Miss Willa May. I am afraid to move for fear of damaging such a delicate thing.
They are not as delicate as you may feel. Most of them are stronger than the pages within these walls. You may follow them. They will guide you to me.
Your voice is it is very unique. Like an instrument.
Some say it is like a whisper.
It has a way of filling this space. Your clan is
The Toreador shifts uncomfortably.
very talented indeed.
Is he now visible?
He
As he-
is moving around the corner.
Okay. Would it please you if I were to cover my face?
He does slightly shift uncomfortably when he sees you, as is a typical Toreador's reaction to a Nosferatu.
No.
She looks up and like kind of cocks her head. It's very mechanical.
You. He does a slight bow. Good evening. My name is Virgil King.
She stands up and
He takes a little shift back when you stand.
she bows deeply. Sheriff King, an honor.
I know we have not met before, but do you have books on ambition by chance? Just
Kindred ambition? Human ambition.
your voice does the thing where it whispers everywhere, but you are right here in front of me. That is quite a talent. Is that the talent of your? And he kind of motions, and as he does, the moths that are on his jacket like flutter off and then come back. Your clan.
It is a gift. Not of my clan, but simply of my being here. The moths, the butterflies, they are like an echo.
They carry your voice. And he lifts his arm, and that's when they all flutter off. Just erratic patterns. And he watches them. They are quite beautiful. Right, I will not bore you with the details, but a tale of oldest time. I am looking to rekindle something that's royally ruined. And I might be able to gain amnesty and forgiveness if I help him with his ambition achievement. So I was hoping perhaps there is perhaps something. That is the personal business of why I'm here. I have heard, Miss Willamay, that you are special, chosen by the Primogen of our twin cities.
Thank you. I've spent many hours going through every piece of literature, and yet I still have not covered even a quarter of it.
Ever? Like literature ever?
There are things here that not even those who are still alive would have read. I'm sure of it.
He just looks around, kind of nodding, rubbing his gloved fingers together. Oh.
But if you are curious about ambition, she has her gloved hands, her gloved fingers are still resting upon the edges of Paradise Lost, and she tilts her head slightly again and stares at him beneath her heavy lashes, and her voice, it whispers, it is soft and deliberate. You seek a book on ambition. You can follow the Death Head's hawk moth.
Which one is that?
She kind of puts out her hand and guides the moth towards him. However, I'm also willing to show you. I can be your guide if you'd so ask.
Please.
Or if you'd prefer.
Perhaps we could discuss the other business why I'm here as we move about your magnificent library.
She goes on to guide him to the first. She has where the area of like the catalogs and the index cards and everything, she goes through and she picks out 5 cards. She says, we will start with these. And then she will put out her hand as if to say, you can walk beside me, follow me.
He happily follows, and as he does, he's a chattery one, which part of you is like, typical Toreador. You see, the Toreador and the Nosferatu have an ancient beef. And it is not just a regular beef, it is mega beef. Stemming from the creators themselves. Regardless.
Her voice is still, every time she's talking, she's very quiet. Very like, it does echo in your ears as if there's like a bunch of her whispering at you. It's kind of creepy. And it consumes the area, but as he's chatting, she's just like, there's no expression on her face. You can't tell anyways. She's very much like hard as stone. But she is rather annoyed that there's so much noise.
So, is it true you visit Primogen often? You see the council, court, really, society and court have not seen her in some time. She has.
It was them that gifted me the butterflies.
Ah, very. I see. They are a gift. And you're not worried about them eating your books at all?
They are not bookworms.
Right.
They are delicate.
Do they eat pepper or just clothes?
Not that kind of moth. Rather one that feeds as we do.
Oh. Uh, oh, they are your. Oh. That is a lovely thing. When was the last time you saw the Primogen? Was it recently?
Is there something the matter, Sheriff?
Ah, no. Yes. Well, many things, but I am here for a specific reason. Of course, the Seneschal would like to meet with you, the right hand of the prince, tonight. And he pulls out this handwritten card and holds it out to you, Willa. It's 3 a.m. if you are able to.
That is usually the time that I meet with my students. But I am sure I can make an exception.
It would be most
Or-
appreciated. Perhaps we can compensate you for your time.
Perhaps a rare tome in exchange.
I have a really old Playboy. Does it count?
I'm not sure I know what that is. But if it is as rare as you say, then perhaps it would be beneficial for our archives. I'm more than happy to look and catalog it.
I'm sure it's beneficial to someone. I'm sure.
Have you found it beneficial?
Not exactly.
Is it something you enjoy? And she stops and looks at him with her dead
It
marble eyes.
did not contain the appropriate material for me, but I held on to it for some reason.
I see. Perhaps someone else would find the value in such a piece of rare literature.
Yes. I will look for a book for you. That could be a lot better. There's a really good fan fiction I read. There's a little dragon book, War College. It's the main boy's point of view. I could print that out for you. Maybe you would like it.
That would be most intriguing. In most stories, I do find that there is always a secret message, a hidden message,
Yes.
something to be discovered, right?
I'm. Maybe. Are you a fan of romantasy?
As in fantasy and romance in one book. I have read a few,
Right.
for curiosity's sake.
Perfect. He actually takes note. I will get you some very unique fan fiction.
Sheriff,
Willame?
ambition is a fire. It does consume and spread.
He shifts uncomfortably.
She stops at one section and she pulls out The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. And you hear her, "This is a discourse on rulership, cunning and calculated ambition. A book on human nature, or perhaps a guide for monsters."
I will take it.
You will have to check it out. I will need your signature, and, of course, you will have to mark your... well, prick your thumb, so that you are, of course, liable.
And do I get this thumb prick back when I return
course.
the book?
As long as the book is untarnished.
Understood. What you said about ambition earlier, and he'll decide to check out that book, so perhaps the two of you are moving to the checkout counter. I am worried that that fire could burn him away.
Do you believe that this fire will devour him? She ticks her head again. Is he not prepared for the cost?
I do not know.
Is he important to you?
Oh, yes.
Then you must guide him.
We shall see. In all of these long years, they do not give us a manual to make less mistakes.
But they do. Virgil, they do give us a manual. It is written here in all of these pages, and every piece of literature and every word ever written, there is a lesson to be learned.
Well, if only there was someone to teach us before it was too late.
I've always believed it's never too late. Although sometimes I wish I could tell myself the same. We will always blame ourselves for something, but it doesn't mean that we are going to make the same mistakes over and over. See, within these books, and you can see kind of like there's this weird shine. The cracks underneath of her kind of glowing this red, as if the blood underneath is fresh, no longer cracked and caked. When they... Imagine this. The books here, the pieces of parchment, the spines of leather, cracked, the yellowed pages, all of these show the wear and tear of the world around them, marked by time. Yet inside of these books, the knowledge has shaped empires. It has shattered kings. It has built dynasties in the dark, and it has taught us of what was, what is, and what could be.
You really love these books. These stories.
There's also always something to learn. Always. They are beautiful, magnificent pieces of history.
Then perhaps I shall return and collect another one. Maybe it can help me solve this little problem of mine.
I'd be more than happy to print off a list of possible other books for when you do return. I will be here, of course.
I would appreciate it, Miss Willamay. And he signs and pricks his thumb. If there is a moment for you to tell your primogen that the prince would like to meet with her, could you perhaps leave this letter for her to read? This is something I can trust you with.
She removes her white gloves, puts out her hand, and it is as white as the rest of her skin. Cracked. Pieces kind of falling off, like as if they were shattered and dropping to the ground.
As if she were stone moving.
Yes. Pieces crumbling off, dust. Anything written on a piece of paper is to be treasured, Sheriff. And she bows her head and looks down towards the ground. I will ask her, I will tell her, and I will give her this note.
Perfect. I am very grateful, Miss Willamay. And he gives you a slight bow and nod. Good night.
I do hope you enjoy your read.
I'm looking forward to it.
The Principatibus is a very interesting read,
Well, if it
I
is
can assure you.
anything like the art of war or simple Christianity, I'm sure I will not fall asleep. Because I am clearly a very well-read man.
She smiles at that and her lips crack.
Is there an audiobook, maybe? Never mind. Okay, farewell. Adieu, Miss Willamay. Adieu.
As he walks away, a butterfly will come by and it'll just say, "You're more than welcome to come and I am happy to read it to you." And it's kind of whispered.
Oh, my own live audiobook. I will consider this very auspicious gift. And he leaves your archives. And a moment later, I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Mm. The one thing she's really not good at, man. Oh no. Oh, 2 successes.
A different bell rings. This one is as quiet as a butterfly wing, but Willa hones in. A very specific someone is above your archives, moving above ground.
She will carefully pick up the Paradise Lost and will have some of her minions take it to where it belongs, knowing that they will treat it with the same care. And she is going to go to the above ground library, listening for the footsteps, waiting to hear if they're going to go any further. Maybe they're going to come down. Perhaps she won't have to go and lurk in the stacks. And so she waits. Waits to hear the footprints are taking them, or the foot pad sounds. You know what I'm talking about.
You hear his voice, and it sounds a little far off. And,
Vincent, I'm telling you, just wait here. Don't touch anything. Just look at this stack here. This is the astrology. I'm just gonna go down the stairs and look for these books. I will be right back. No fire alarms.
I have to keep my hands in the pockets.
That's what the ducks are for. Okay? If you touch anything, you're touching it with a duck. Okay? Duck touching. Duck touch.
Don't touch it.
Duck. No, duck touch. Yeah. As he backs up, as he's whispering, duck touch. You got it. Okay.
You just hear the little squeak of a duck as he squeezes one in the pocket. And he's gonna like wait till he gets out of sight. He's gonna pull out 2 ducks, one in each hand.
okay.
And he's gonna use them to like shift the books around.
So loud. So loud.
He's gonna try and do it sneaky.
Oh, then it sounds
Soft.
less like that. So it's like. You know.
Yeah.
And Willa, you hear the boy's man. He's not a boy. Footsteps. He looks younger than his age, which you know. He doesn't usually come with guests. At least, never to this part of the library. Though you know he forgot some books. You collected them for him. You knew which ones he would need for his upcoming quiz. You had a feeling he would be back, but you were hoping it would be his usual by himself.
She stands very still, hiding in plain sight, silent as a weeping angel, a statue.
The first thing about Nicholas that attracted you to him, as you feel your joints they clench in a way that mimics your exterior stone-like flesh. They grate when you hold this still, and if you don't cause anything to slough off or your lips to bleed more, you could blend in with the Gothic architecture of the school. And as you feel the pain, you remember Nicholas found one of your butterflies. It had made its way in confusion up to the college's archives, not yours, and its wing had been torn. Nicholas found her, took her home, and then when he released her in the archives again, he had administered to her broken wing, repairing it with the thinnest agent that coated the tear in the wing almost like rice paper so that she could fly again. And ever since then, that Luna moth greets him. And always After that instant, she flutters against his mouth. And you know that he likes minty candies, but he's particularly fond of cinnamon suckers. You know that he's usually dehydrated, and he prefers orange juice over water, but he often forgets his orange juice bottle disguised as his water bottle with a variety of "read it's good for you" stickers everywhere. You know that he's been disowned by his family, that he was kicked out for, well, you're still investigating. But he is alone in the Twin Cities. He never really seems to have any friends, though he's kind, he's standoffish, he loves to read, and the way that he treats books is beautiful. He passes you on his way down the steps, completely unbeknownst to your existence. And as he does, you catch a whiff of the cologne he always wears. It's a Calvin Klein scent. He always wears it. You recall this Don Quixote book, and some of the pages were falling because the spine was cracked, and the old covering, the dust jacket that had been taped and covered, was torn and had some water damage. And he took the book for one of his book reports, took it home, and when he returned it, the pages had been glued back in. The dust jacket had been replaced. And the fact that he's studying for a degree in library sciences, Willa, his dream, his dream, that is a dream he has dreamed since he was a boy, is to own an archive that contains every known book ever printed to mankind. A hefty goal for a human. His tweed jacket flares out behind him as he steps down the steps faster in excitement to get to the archives. He's one of the few you even allow to see a piece of your collection. After all, beyond this sub-basement, under the basement, are the descent. There are 3 descents into the Warrens. They converge and coalesce and twist, all tunneled under the college and the surrounding areas. He whispers as his footsteps even out, and he says, "Good evening, books."
She whispers back, "My Milo, you've come back." What did you forget? Just like before, the voice is kind of echoing, not coming from any particular direction, and it is soft.
He looks around, like always, trying to see you. I don't know how you do that. I just forgot, the, Socrates second edition, teachings. And then his teacher, I forgot her, well, the third edition, and he scratches his head. Gosh, I had them, and he's like dropping down among the stacks and like walking, one hand in his pocket as he's like looking for where your voice is coming from. I know sometimes you help me find them. I left them out on the table I was using with my backpack, and I didn't mean to forget them. I'm really sorry. Are you? And you see that he like almost runs out of the stacks, but not really. He's just like a little shuffle, and he like slides to look at the librarian desk, and you're not there.
She sends the butterfly that he healed to land on him.
Hey there. Me. Very, very gently touches its lower part of its body with the lightest touch. Still looking okay.
And as if like she's just another whisper, she says, "This way." And it kind of echoes and whispers. And it's as if the butterfly will guide him to where she has placed all of the books he forgot. And inside a dried flower as well.
You do watch him blush when he finds the flower. And then he quickly closes the book and holds it for a moment.
Inside the stack as well, she's placed something that wasn't in his pile, but it is a suggestion. And inside that book, there is a dried bouquet of forget-me-nots. And a small message written in script that says some words should not be lost. And it's
You see him smile, and
Yeah.
it, like his whole face lights up when he smiles. I would agree.
She just remains silent and she's just watching.
He gently moves his fingers along the spine of the book, the suggestion you've left. Another suggestion. Something I have to translate, or... And then he opens it up and he sees the little forget-me-nots. Oh, I see. I'll have this one read and returned. He reads the paper.
The book is... So, along with all of his philosophy books and stuff, along with that, there is another book, a translation of a tale of longing, a man who's consumed by passion and despair, something that has been said to drive humans to madness, to heartbreak, to the edge of existence. The sorrows of a young Werther. And it is along with the forget-me-nots, it says, "Poets understand what it means to suffer." Whereas your philosophers always seek the truth.
But it is usually the truth that sets us free.
She smiles at that. Just thinking of him saying that, but she's not looking at him because he's not necessarily near her. She's looking through her little creatures.
He's smiling, and he does glance around and then sits for a moment on the table, and he flips a few pages and starts to read, kind of muttering to himself. Then he pulls out a small flip-top notebook that he keeps in his breast pocket. He takes a few notes, then he puts the pen and the notebook away. But he leaves something on that table. A face-down piece of paper. And he leaves.
She waits for his footsteps to rescind back into the distance before she moves, like silent grace, to pick up the note.
He does stop and stare at the librarian, like the clerk desk. And Willa can see the lithe lines of his throat and his jaw, and an almost unreadable expression. There is a longing to know who you are. But he turns away, clutching the books a little closer, and he ascends the steps. And you hear, because of your critters that follow him, you hear this horrible as the ducks. Vincent is just moving books very slowly as the ducks exhale in a high-pitched whisper of a sound that's just horrible. It's just horrible.
Oh, she is definitely sending. Like, I wrote this. There's like the one butterfly that will. It's like, I'm watching you, motherfucker. It is the silent warning. That is the hawk moth, the Death Head's hawk moth. It's just literally gonna land on his shoulder.
It's kind of intimidating looking, actually, Vincent.
Its wings beat like it's like beating at the pace of a heart.
It's pretty big. It's like as big as your palm, I think.
Now, Vincent is actually being like very careful with the ducks
Oh yeah.
doing this, by the way.
Yeah, they just
Doesn't matter.
Just whisper
The
squeak.
sound. The sound is inappropriate. She's like, excuse me. No.
Okay. He puts the ducks away and then, like, just starts looking with his hands. Is that better?
The moth comes back. But it is still lurking closely by.
Vincent will like look at the moth and be like, if he gets mad at me, He does a little eyes thing to the moth. He told me to use the ducks.
Hey, sorry about making you wait. And Nicholas stops, frowning when he sees the moth. What did you do?
I was using the ducks like you said, and the moths have been intimidating. I think it doesn't like the sounds.
Ah, shit. Did you find your astrology books?
Would he have found the book in this time?
You found at least one astrology and tarot, a gentle guide to reading your stars. You also found some academy book about the zodiac that's pretty good. Honestly, you start reading it and you're like, wow, this...
I think I have enough for now. He says, kind of like not sure, like he wants to look a little bit more. Do we have time, or do we need to go?
I'm good to go. We probably should.
You found your books really fast.
Yeah. They were just where I left them. So we should probably get going to that thing you gotta do. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to remind you? My bad.
No, let's go. He grabs the two books. He looks up at is the moth perched up above, looking at him, like judging him.
Yes, and another one has joined it. Not the death head mock, but like there's an owl butterfly there. That's why I was sending a picture of it. It's just sitting there. Its eye is looking at you, and as it opens its wings, it's two eyes. It just flaps.
I have a question for you. Are this many moths good around books?
Yeah, they're great. They are better than we are. Come on, let's go. And he's like pushing you by the shoulder. Come on.
But like Vincent is going with him, pushing him, but he's resisting just a little bit.
No. And Nicholas grabs a couple astrology books. I'm up to the moths. I'm gonna borrow these as well. Come on, let's go. Keep going. Go.
What's going on?
Nothing. We're just leaving.
I don't believe you, but okay.
I don't believe you, but okay. Good, because I am lying to you. There is things going on, and I don't want you to fuck it up for me. So let's go.
Ooh.
And
we're gonna have to talk about this.
we are not going to have to talk about it. We are done. The conversation is dying now. There it goes. We dead. Okay, perfect.
I'm so making you add more subscriptions to your name.
Gotta love it, man. All right. And
I'm assuming that happens as he pushes him like out the door.
Oh, yes. And finally, Willa, when you return to your archives, I need you to roll a wits and awareness. Oh, no, I don't. I need you... Oh, no, it is a wits and awareness. Never mind. Yes, roll a wits and awareness.
Literally my worst stat. Since when do I not have characters that have wits and awareness, right? Is that not the craziest thing, guys? This is crazy for me, all right? That's okay. We got 2 successes. Woohoo!
On your curator's desk, your flitting creatures have all gathered in mass, their wings flicking in a way that it catches the dim light in your archives down in the Warrens and reflecting it back to you as if their wings are made of glass. And then there's a very soft metal on metal sound, but it's dull as well. As you approach, all of these little creatures, they fly up en masse, and a rusted, ringing bell, the type that you would ding 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 for an old world servant or tea time or... Roll an investigation and a intelligence.
Investigation and intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The decent stat. That's what we like, right, guys? Whee! 7. That's a crit. And 3.
There is a geometric pattern around the base of the bell and on the handle, and it's not rusted, it's covered in some kind of clay.
She would take, opening one of the drawers in the curator's desk, she would take out a small brush, as if she were on some kind of archival dig, an archaeological site. And she would brush it off into a box. And look at it.
The bell is small and old, and all of the rust is a clay mixture. Caked on like a mask.
She runs her fingers over it, and then she's going to smell it. And a little bit strangely, she's going to lick it.
It is only when you lick it that you taste the blood. You do not scent it, just sniffing.
She is very intrigued. How much time does she have until she's supposed to meet with Virgil?
You have at least an hour or two.
She's probably instantly going to take the bell and go searching for information on old bells.
Okay.
Digging through the index cards, running around the library, looking for anything strange, blood clay.
Oh, actually,
anything.
at this point, you have only Sorry, I was looking at my notes. You have about 40 minutes before 3 a.m. kind of vibe at this point in the story.
Oh god, but the pull to look is so strong.
So she can look, but she only gets to roll once.
Okay, she will do that.
Okay, so you're going to be rolling your academics and your intelligence.
Okay. That's 4 successes.
You do find very typical information about bells. But what's most interesting is bells in pre-Christian occupation time. Bells were considered a defense mechanism against the devil. Ringing it 4 times would disrupt the foul, rotten energy from Satan himself.
She will tuck that knowledge into her big giant brain, probably ruminating over it for a long while, preserving that thought. And she will ring the bell 4 times. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. And she's going to put it in a small, like a little thing that she can take with her. It's like a little preservation box, almost like this little glass case. Anti-static chamber, if you will.
After ringing the bell, there isn't really much of any significance. It's just, it does cause all of your flitting creatures to fly, to like take off from where they perched, to cause this like roll of a wave, and then for them to settle again.
She's very eager to continue looking into this, but she understands the importance of time, and so she'll pack a bag with what she considers necessities.
Mhm.
The blazer, she rolls down her white buttoned shirt, rolls down the sleeves, puts on her black blazer, fixes her hair, and then covers herself again. And will put a not so protected piece of literature in her bag, but something to read for later. And she will keep her bag open, asking a few of the butterflies to join her. Just in case.
Several land on your face, slipping into the cracks within your flesh to hide amongst the stone-like organ. And others still land in your hair and then still, like they're mere decorations. And then there are those that you simply feel, but you do not see. A faint glow, a lights on other cracks, one in your throat, one on your hand. And these crystal-like butterflies, a blue silver. If one used a sixth sense to see them, burrow to hide in the cracks.
She will make her way to the address. If possible, using some underground tunnels out of her own personal labyrinth. Away from her throne of books.
The labyrinth below the city belongs to your clan. So technically, it is yours. But the only domain of yours are the descents. That network of tunnels and maze underneath the college campus and some of the surrounding neighborhood. It's quite large, all things considered. That being said, we're going to meanwhile and meet our last kindred of the night. Spectre, could you please describe where your boy is and what he's doing?
For Cheshire. Right.
Go ahead, sorry.
For Cheshire, there's no day off. Every day is a work day. Every moment, every minute, every second should be devoted to one and one purpose only. And that is to serve the masters and the Camarilla that be. So, Cheshire is doing what he does best, lurking in the shadows, doing what his master bids him to do. And right now, his master has asked him to hunt. A certain fellow who lacks ambition. Recently, having an issue with his wife.
His soon-to-be ex-wife.
Mm-hmm. And that problem needs to be taken care of. Cheshire does not give a thought, does not care. For Cheshire does what he is told, with a grin. And so Cheshire is jumping on the rooftops, silently, with unseen passage, stalking and hunting his prey.
Damn, if you could see my face. Okay.
You gave me something to work with, so.
Go ahead and roll your oh man, go ahead and roll your stealth and your wits.
All right.
And then you can add your
So
discipline because of unseen passage.
All right. Is it dexterity and stealth and then a wits and awareness?
Yeah. That'll
All
work
right.
out.
All right. Coolio. That didn't rule. It's a 4 for my stealth. And then wits and awareness is going to be just a whopping 2.
Gavin Harrow is not a difficult hunt. After all, he has no idea that there are supernaturals that lurk or have taken any interest in his life. His life that has recently come unraveled beneath his fingertips. And so as he exits the taxi, Cheshire, just outside of an Irish pub that is teeming with slow, smooth, I almost said sag bagsaphone. That is not. It's, oh my goodness, it's the bag instrument.
Bagpipes.
The bagpipe.
Thank you, Lord. I want to call it the bagsaphone, but it's not a bagsaphone. It's, ladies and gentlemen, saxophone and bagpipes are now best friends, and they've made a baby, and it's a bagsaphone.
They did. I played them
Saxophone.
both. What great instruments, guys.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Sly is actually right now playing at the bar.
So the bagsaphone is a forever sort of instrument, a classic really in Gaelic and Irish music. It also combines wonderfully smooth jazz. So anyways, And so the bagpipes are kneeing and whining into the air, but there's this like smoothness to the long notes and the drum bass line that you could almost dance to. The smell of alcohol is so intense. And as he exits the taxi, there's words that are exchanged. You're watching him, mask up, hood pulled low, Cheshire. Gavin says something like, "Yeah, it's all right. I'll just call you if I need a ride home, I guess." And he stumbles as he turns, and the taxi pulls away from the lip of the street, out into the flow. There are people, yes. There's a few night workers smoking on the corner, a couple of people walking on the other side of the street, and Gavin staring at the pub, his face sad and plain, tearful in front of those neon lights. The open sign flickers slightly. And he,
Does he walk in, or can I catch him before that?
you could always try. He is slow and stumbling.
I go to the corner, and I start going.
That does catch his attention. So you're in the corner of the building, like in an alleyway, I'm
Yep.
assuming. Okay. And he is
Yeah, and then I kick a trash can to make some noise, as if like
Hello?
and they go.
Hello? This is Gavin.
I'm sorry. I seem to have lost my cat. Could you help me out?
He squints. Why you got a face mask on? Are you sick?
I say, well, yes. That's what they say anyway. They say look better this way.
Maybe you should go
I
home if
think-
you're sick. You don't want to be out here. It's gonna rain.
It's partly cloudy. Doesn't look like there's a single rain cloud in it.
All right. Could you look for my cat and I'll go home?
What? Wait. You want me to look for your cat? But
And I pull him into the shadows.
whoa, buddy, why are you laughing like that? Hold on, I'm having a really shitty day. Hey,
And I cover his mouth and I'm like, shh. I bring you good tidings. An end to the suffering.
what?
And he like licks your hand. And, like reaches up to pull it down.
What the fuck? Whoa.
And I grab his, where you grab or I grab his face
Oh my god.
and like dig in my fingernails
Okay.
and
And I'm like, shh. It's okay. I know how this existence has been cruel to you.
he fights against you a little bit. I actually do need you to roll a strength and athletics.
all right. And that's a 2. I'm not rolling well.
Okay. So Gavin criticaled.
Oh shit! Nice, go Gavin.
So that's 6 successes as he does take your hand and he pulls it back and there is a rage.
He's still drunk as fuck, but you can understand why he was picked to eventually maybe be a kindred. And he reaches up to grab your hair, and he brings his leg around, kicking your knees out, driving you to the ground. And he's like, "Look, kid, I'm not in the fucking
I
mood."
will vanish. So I got to do some rouse checks for that.
He just is like, "I've had a really bad day. I'll help you find your fucking cat, but I just want to cry into my What the fuck?
How many rouse checks do you want me to do for that?
For Vanish,
Yeah,
let's see.
because I'm using Unseen Passage right now. So should I just do another rouse check?
If it requires 2, then you'll roll 2.
It just says as per power augmented. So since I'm already using Unseen, since I'm going to be using that with Unseen Passage, it'd be like one scene. Yeah,
Just one then. Yes.
just the one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do. Oh no.
Okay, so you're a little hungrier. And he's like, "What the fuck?" So he's got to roll. You need to roll Wits and Obfuscate versus his Wits and Awareness.
Okay. Wits and Obfuscate. Okay, that's like a little more.
Considering how many dice he rolled, that's not bad.
I got a 4.
Okay, he got 3 successes. So he's like, "Wait, what's the?" And then he just is looking at his hands. What the fuck? Sorry. What the fuck? And he just looks around, like completely lost. No memory, or foggy memory.
Hello?
Oh, sweet little Gavin, I bring you good tidings. And I stab him. And I grab him in the face and I say, I bring you good tidings from my master. You have failed, and the price for failure is this.
I gotta find your cat? That's what I gotta... Is this some kind of Squid Game shit?
And I will stab him with my knife.
Oof. Where do you stab him?
I'm not. He talks too much. I stab him in the throat.
Damn. Okay, because you are vanished, and he didn't see you at all, he can't defend. And it is just the sickening. And he... Ah.
You meet his gaze, and his gaze is a gentle brown and filled with raw panic.
He can't see me, right? Because I'm vanished, right? Let me show you.
Does the stabbing break finish?
I want to say it does, but
Okay. It says, one of the vampire wits their memory, clouds their topic, the vampire vanishes entirely from this power does not affect vampires' memories, but wins, Yeah. Because I could have say got him from the back, from when he wasn't looking. Yeah, I will say that.
Okay, so you're behind him when you stab him, and
Mm-hmm.
he drops to his big knees. The dull thud falls forward. Just a red spray outside this bar.
Thy will is done. And bends and takes a knee and says, Thy will is done, master. I have done all thy asked, for I am thy servant, willing to do anything for thee. I am thy blade. I am thy knife. And walks away.
As you do,
And he wonders. Yep.
as you do move away, I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Alrighty.
That's a 3. Oh wait, no. Oh no, that's a 3. Yeah, that was 3.
You start heading towards the location where you're supposed to meet. It's probably an alley and a half away from where Gavin is swiftly bleeding out, if not dead already. And your master, wearing a fine wool cloak, black as night, tucked up under their chin, holds out a vial to you.
Cheshire bows immediately and gets on one knee. Holds up their hand.
The vial,
I have done as
the vial they're handing you is filled with this thick, violet liquid.
What would you have me do, master? How can I better serve thee?
Pour this in his wounds. See if he survives.
Thy will be done.
And immediately goes off to follow the order.
Your next order, before you rush away, is to cover him in a tarp, tie his ankles, tie it to a cinder block, and sink him into the Mississippi. Which
Cheshire nods,
is another
nods,
fancy.
doesn't even look up.
It's a fancy. There is a. This is a little morbid, but there is a water park that has been recently closed, called the Mississippi Mudslide. It's under litigation right now, but a lot of their pools, very, very deep. One of them acclaimed upwards of 50 feet, and it's in your master's domain. And so you're to sink him there in the water park, where maybe someone will find him, maybe not.
Knowing how much it takes how long it takes for cement to solidify.
Cinder blocks.
So yeah,
Cinder blocks. Okay,
you're,
perfect.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
sorry. You're given cinder blocks, so you're good.
Okay, phew. All right, so Cheshire does exactly that. Gives him forces the blood down his throat. If I have to do unseen passage, I mean, no, it doesn't matter at this point. And whispers deep in Gavin's ear. If you are chosen, if you are chosen, then you will awake anew, better, stronger, and do the bidding that is the Camarilla. And yep, just tapes his mouth, tapes his neck, actually, and with duct tape, by the way. And puts them in a tarp, even though the blood is seeping onto their blazer. So noticing that, they take it off, they tie it around their waist, and just have the blood seep on their seep on their red hoodie, and goes to the construction park that's nearby for a new construction. Ties the cinders and calls one of the ghouls that their master uses to take him to the water park.
Roll a dexterity and stealth.
Okay. Can I add my obfuscate to that if I add or no?
If you're using your unseen passage and the like, yeah, you can add extra
Okay,
two.
then I'll do.
Extra 2 circumstance bonus, 2 dice.
All right. I'm gonna add that, and then 2 circumstances, and I am hungry. Oh, worth it. 1, 2, 3, 5 successes.
You do achieve what you need to. There is some interest in the terms Kine witnessing. A woman in her late 30s does see you in the alleyway taping up Gavin. But of course, like most night workers, she assumes it's a drug deal gone bad and wants nothing to do with it, lifts her hands when she sees you, takes a slow step back. Do you try to stop her?
All right.
Or do you let her go?
I'm going to use. I still have unseen passage for this, correct? If I don't, then that's something different.
I don't know, because she has spotted you if you're
Mm-hmm.
invisible, really.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to use Mask of 1,000 Faces. I'm going to first bite. I'm going to actually go over to her and give her $100, which is all the money that Cheshire has, and whispers, "Just a taste," and bites into her and uses fast and covers her mouth and uses a Mask of Many Faces.
Oh shit. Okay, go ahead and roll a gosh, because she's gonna go to scream, and then you're grabbing her onto her and pulling her back into the alleyway. So go ahead and roll a athletics and a strength or dexterity, really, either one, because you're catching her off such guard. Because you're very unnaturally fast.
Yeah. I'll use Mask of Many Faces and Rapid Reflexes as well.
Okay.
So she's not going to be able to recognize my face, basically. Oh, that's a 3.
It's okay. She is an unremarkable, normal mortal. And so you do yank her up off of her feet. You get her angled. You bite into her throat. You feed deep. You can feed upwards of 2 points of hunger before you kill her. Or you could
All right, I'll do the
kill
two
her
points.
and have no hunger.
I'll take the 2 points.
Okay. She, after the feeding, faints. Overwhelmed and overcome by the sudden lack and change in her blood pressure.
I lay her very gently on the wall next to the door, or like as if she kind of like a little bit like passed out, like kind of scrunched over and hidden so that no one else finds her.
Okay. That's not
The
too
one-
not too hard to kind of finagle. She's slight. She's easy to move around, manipulate, so she's hidden.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I do, and I do what I'm told, and I carry it out everything else.
Largely, the night worker is your largest your largest hiccup. The second hiccup comes when you actually get to the water park. I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Okay. All right, so that's a 4. I got 1 crit, and that's it. Oh my god.
Sorry, what'd you get?
I got 1 crit, that's it.
No worries, so it's
So it's
4.
a 4.
4 is a great roll.
Yeah.
Floating in the water that you've just helped sink Gavin in, there is a little round wooden disc.
Cheshire tilts their head and kind of moves around the pool to look at it some more.
As you move around, it could be a coaster, but it's definitely some kind of maybe decoration. It's a sphere, a cylindrical moon carved almost ornament. And inside the moon is this really deep relief of a geometric pattern, lines that bisect and intersect, creating triangles, deep triangles, diamonds in the moon's face.
Cheshire looks at it and kind of looks around. And curiosity takes swim, so they start stripping and they take off their blazer, they take off their hoodie, their red hoodie soaked in blood, their shirt that's underneath that's black, their black pants, boxer briefs, everything. And when he strips, his body is covered in scars. Different ones: burns, acid, knife, gun. Some of them old, others as if they've just been patched up and crafted. Maybe at some point he was beautiful. But
you can be assured that there are powers that be that made sure that he knew his place. And on his back are the freshest scars. And these are scars lined on scars that look like a whip, like a cat of nines, if you will. And so the last thing he takes off, realizing, is the mask. And when he takes off his mask, those beautiful eyes, as you move down lower, cut up lip, several parts of his jaw exposed. This is no man. Or maybe it's a shadow of one. It is simply a beast that has been put in its place with a collar. And he goes to jump into the water and retrieve the disc.
Void, you're muted if you're talking.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. So yeah, I was talking the whole time. So it's heftier than it feels. It's like a cup cut in half, and the geometric patterns are really deep all the way down. When you look at it from above, it looks flat, like a coaster. But when Cheshire picks it up, it's carrying water in those patterns in the moon face.
Cheshire swims through it and then kind of tries to bring it to the edge, gets out of the pool, and then when they're out of the pool, tries to lift the object out of the pool as well.
It's size of your palm. Could be a coaster.
Okay.
Not hard to pick up.
Great.
It's really interesting, though. Different, in a way.
Gavin looks at it, tilting his head, analyzing it. And before he dresses, he thinks about his mistakes. And he takes out kind of like this whip, if you will, and hurts himself on the back 3 times for being careless. And then once the blood has run, he just puts some water on it and gets dressed. Void, we can't hear you.
Nope, you're good. I'm thinking.
Yeah. And
As you redress
What-
and the wounds touch the fabric, it's incredibly uncomfortable. There's this small sound at the water park. Tiny. It sounds plaintive and tired, weak and lost.
Vincent automatically gets his knife
You mean
and starts looking for the
Cheshire?
sound. Yeah. Oh my god, I was looking at it. Damn it. This is what happens when you look at art, guys. So Cheshire looks around the park.
You hear it. And this dirty little orange cat comes shuffling with its pointed, wiggling tail up in the air, legs still wobbly out of the trash. Right for you. And then it claws your
Cheshire.
pants, and it
Cheshire.
attempts to climb. It's so
Uh,
little that looking down at its face, Cheshire, the eyes are kind of wall-eyed and a little still kind of blue and a little bit blurry, like it can't quite see everything.
Cheshire goes to bring down the knife and just stop short, like just literally centimeters above this cat. Like it can't even. He can't comprehend what is happening. He doesn't know what to do with it, and he's like, just kind of wiggles his leg a little bit. Get off.
It holds on.
Okay. What?
Just meowing.
Is there a gang? Is there a gangrel out here? Hey, get your fucking cat. Come out here, coward.
It's just you.
Hey, shh. Grabs it with one hand, like doesn't know if he's being gentle or not. Like just grabs it like from the scruff. Like, hey, what the?
I'm working. Shh.
Shh.
The little orange guy gets pretty quiet, just staring at you.
I've killed some of your kind before. Don't. You are so small and insignificant, I could crush you.
It blinks. And it begins to purr in your palm.
Cheshire's like kind of shakes a little bit.
This is broken. I've only heard them yell and scream.
And continues this little terrible motorboat purr. And then you hear a deeper meow. And a cat that looks vaguely similar, much larger, fully grown, comes out from the trash. And she begins to circle you. Quite frantic, even. The kitten begins to wiggle as if trying to escape.
Just puts it on the ground. Is like,
Are you Sabat? Is this a gangrel joke?
The
I
kitten
don't understand.
is picked up by its mother. But she pauses, gazing at you with her large green eyes. And it feels like an intelligence there.
yeah, Cheshire's gonna follow the cat. Just like kind of putting their hands in their pockets, like trying to be like, I'm not following the cat. I'm just walking this way.
She leads you behind the trash that she has created a nest. You can see two other kittens eating a desiccated fish. Seems like Mom is a fairly decent hunter. After setting the
Cheshire-
little orange down, she looks at you and she brings you further around the trash kind of pile, and she sits waiting for you to approach her.
Cheshire approaches but doesn't look at the cat. It's kind of like looking at their feet, just shuffling. And a little surprised at he's never seen kittens before.
No, I didn't know they get so small. What do you want?
The mother cat licks her paw and then stretches, and just out of her reach, is another coaster, but this one is a crescent moon with deep geometric patterns within, and it's covered in a rust.
What the hell?
As soon as you
Just
see
looks
it and you move for it, the mother cat leaves. Her job done. The exchange for her child's life set in stone and made fair.
And there's a sudden fear of a past horrible memory. And for a second, this sudden realization, the sudden thought, what if they're wrong? And he buries it deep.
Just as you bury it, you're crouched down, you've gone to pick up this coaster. You're like, no, they're not wrong. You hear many, just a slew of little sounds as the three of them begin to assault you.
What? Go, shoot. And he just sits there. He doesn't even, like, he's cross-legged, like, just sits back, like, as if he's trying to get away from them.
And they begin to purr, and they climb on you. And they're very small, and they're very soft, and they're very delicate, and they're the antithesis of everything that you've committed tonight. And they're all dirty, and they're all... The color of them reminds you of your hair. Just blondie little gingers. A lot of them.
It brings him of a memory of him as a dirty little kid, and of the kindred that would tell him how oh so special he was. And he's like, you shouldn't be near me. I'm gonna hurt you. Shoot. Hey. Where's your mom?
There is another sound, and the kitten suddenly burst away from you, and you hear someone like make a oof. Sounds like someone's jumped over the gate and landed maybe wrong. And then
Excuse me, is okay, I know you're in here somewhere. You are slightly difficult to track down. Fuck. I think I cut open my suit. Ah, shit.
Would Cheshire recognize who it is?
absolutely.
Then they're about to move, but then they look around to make sure the cats are hidden.
Oh yes, they've all scurried under the trash.
Okay, so Cheshire will do a stealth check to see if they can just kind of find a way to not bring him to that location.
Okay, go ahead and
If
roll
that's
it.
all right. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. 4.
You are quiet enough that you believe you are successful.
And he gets up to the sheriff and, not looking him in the eye, goes to one knee. How may I assist you, Sheriff?
A couple of things, actually.
And he's been trying to straighten out this
very large tear in the suit that he got from, looks like maybe leaping over the fence.
I'm sorry, sir, for the trouble you've had. We have an excellent I have an excellent tailor I can recommend you to.
Not necessary. Thank you, though. Cheshire. No,
How may I serve you?
I come with other business. You see, I am a sheriff for a reason. And that pink eye glows. And it slits suddenly. The shaking stills. Your sire wouldn't have asked you to murder an innocent kine, would they? Don't worry, boy. You can tell me the truth. After all, I represent the Camarilla.
Yes, indeed he has. But it was by my hand. Therefore, if there is a punishment, I should take it.
And he straightens his gloves a little. Indeed you shall. Can you show me where you hid this body?
Points to the pool.
Ah.
If you need me to get it back, I can.
You understand the tenets, correct, boy?
Yes,
Then you
this
understand.
is also in my master's territory.
There is to never. And he steps forward. And as he does, there's like a vibration in the ground around him. And the dirt begins to very slightly bounce. Be a change without explicit permission from the prince. That is not what is going on here, is it?
Cheshire looks at him very confused, as in, my master, I do not question my master, or I think
Is
he knows
Cheshire
all.
wearing a collar?
Well, I mean, yeah, they're wearing a hoodie, so you can grab them.
Okay. Virgil grabs his hoodie and tugs him close. To not question authority is a good asset, but to follow a wrong authority blindly is against our safety. Your master's right to you are forfeit, boy. You disgrace the Banu Hakim name. Now kneel.
He kneels.
And don't move. And
He doesn't.
Virgil takes his hat off and his trench coat and his vest that's torn, and he folds it all up. He sets it down and he reaches into the water. And then he uses an old discipline. And the water begins to steam. And it rises, billowing. And he does this for several long, aching minutes. And when the 50-foot pool is empty, and he's very moist, and so are you, he jumps in to collect Gavin.
Cheshire does not move a muscle, does not stop, and even avoids blinking a lot. They are in hyper focus, for they have sinned against God.
Stand up. And he's got Gavin over his shoulder.
Cheshire stands, still looking at the ground.
You belong to me. You move when I say. You speak when I say. You do as I say. Until you have met with the tribunal. And if this poor man is a kindred, he shall be destroyed.
Cheshire nods.
Now keep your head down and follow me closely.
Cheshire does as he's told.
And he guides you to his 3 a.m. meeting, Cheshire. Because now, Virgil King is your master. And that's how we get you into the campaign.
I did not know Virgil was gonna come in and be like. I didn't know he was gonna be a master. I know he was gonna scold me, and I was like, well, it might be the fastest character death.
Hoo-ha!
Oh.
Got you in.
Hoo-ha.
Bah! Hoo-ha! Punch! I'm punching the air as I'm doing it. Hoo-ha! Ha! All right.
Justice for Gavin! Justice for Gavin!
As soon as you put it down there, I was like, "Oh, Void, what have you done?"
You mean as soon as I introduced him?
Be a kindred.
Yep. As soon as you introduced him, and you told his backstory, where he's like, "Oh yeah, he failed." I was like, "Oh, I can work with this." Oh. Oh. But I needed to get the point across that Cheshire is not good.
That is okay.
I beg to differ.
Vector and her
Wow, that
villain
was
arc.
a surprising revelation. You're not a good character, Spectre? Another Judas? You
Nah.
devil!
Not a Judas. A Judas lies.
Judas!
So,
A Judas lies to your face. This one stabs you in the front.
Oh no!
I thought you stabbed him in the back.
our
Yes, she did!
our
Invisibly.
our final scene for tonight is our coterie gathering. Cheshire, you do not know what happened to Gavin's body. And you are not sure what will happen to you or your previous master, but the sheriff outranks your master tenfold.
Mm-hmm.
You do meet the harpy of the Camarilla, and he does not look like a very pleasant person, to say the least. He towers over Virgil. His skin is a dark ebony. He is completely bald. Now, this harpy is also a Banu Hakim, and his name is Alma. So after you meet the harpy, Virgil then takes you into the waiting room with the seneschal. You do not know what they discuss. You know only that he tells you to sit on the plush couch to wait. And when he returns, he has with him a set of fine clothes, which he directs you to wash and put them on.
Cheshire looks at him very confused. He's never been given really nice clothes before. He does as he's asked.
When you are washed and changed, he says, "Good, you look like a person. I have a room being set for you in my manor, and I will teach you, boy, until you face the tribunal."
Cheshire does not look, and gets down on one knee, and he's like, "Thy will be done."
Stand. Follow me.
Does as he's told.
And so one by one, the coterie arrives at this location. The woman that is with Virgil is a red ruby. On the heavier side, with generous curves, and a round face that is built for kissing. She dresses like a dame out of the late 30s, a lounge singer, and she carries herself with a confidence that is not often seen in modern knights.
Next to Virgil is a young man with a face mask that's been upgraded and a fine suit dressed similar to him. They might be roughly of size. And next,
Yeah, Cheshire's 6'3", so
okay, yeah, they're roughly the same size. Virgil's tall.
Yay!
He's tall and he's very slender though. He's very.
Oh.
I think I have him as 6'1", slender. I don't know. It's very.
yeah, Cheshire's built.
Yeah, in my brain.
He's a nice.
At least he's a
Cool.
tall twink, and standing next to Cheshire, he looks thin, but he's very strong. He's very strong. Okay, he's very strong. And as each of you arrive, I'll have you describe how you arrive, but we're gonna save that for next episode. Chapter 1 of our Camarilla duology, Unclaimed Night, concluded here. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, players. We got to look at our coterie, and now we delve deep into the mystery. And why the sheriff requested everyone on top of these mysterious objects. If any of you want to describe as practice right now your character's arrival, what they maybe look like, what the coterie looks like, I would love to do that and then let you think on it and then kind of add to it next session. How does that sound?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. So, what I want to do is give you all a chance to kind of describe how you arrive, what you look like to your coterie, right? For example, Elyssa seeing Virgil again. Virgil would look more stressed out than he was when he was all smiles and meeting you for the first time, right? So you.
Why?
And next to him, like, there's this blonde kid that he doesn't let go very far. Like, there's a stress there, you know? And on top of that, I would describe what he looks like, which is like a new suit that's like in a robin's egg color, and he's wearing socks.
Robin eggs color?
Correct.
Wow, that's fancy.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
Which color is that?
Virgil.
I'm sorry,
It's
I
like a
don't
really
know.
bright blue, and then he's got like a cravat with like a diamond in it. Anyways, and like he has rainbow socks. Yes, he looks beautiful.
Rainbow socks.
Nice.
The same brand that you're wearing. Oh wait, you
Oh
have
man, copying my style?
absolutely.
Oh, how dare.
He saw them when he was walking out, so he had to get some. Right, so
Nice.
so that would be the example, but you describe what your character looks like to the coterie, and then next time you describe again, like maybe the emotions they would tell in seeing your character. Right? We like double down next time. Thoughts, feelings, concerns. It's very late, I know.
Oh, do you want me to describe? I was waiting for you to finish.
I just, if everyone's cool with it, I would love for it to go Elyssa, and then Elyssa popcorns it to somebody else, and everyone gets a chance.
Cool.
In
Well,
order in which we appeared,
Yeah, that's fine.
right?
That's fine too, yeah. It's perfect, actually.
if you were to see Elyssa when she arrived, it would be as if clearly on her face she believed she was late because she probably wandered around, missed the place a few times. Reading the address and like following instructions for a place she hasn't been is a little bit difficult. So with a bit of concern, some ruffled hair, she would step into the building or wherever hesitantly. Pass it over to Vincent.
Or Butch.
Oh, it would be
Butch.
Butch a second.
Remember Butch. It's okay. Butch would have arrived like right on time. Very prim and proper. Make sure everything looks good. And emotion-wise, when he gets in, he'd be silently judging why Virgil has a new boy with him.
Ah, I see the look there. The look.
There's definitely some sort of misconception happening in Butch's head, and it's probably obvious for Virgil to pick up on too.
Oh God, he's looking at you with eyes, but you're like, he's a liar, cheater face.
Oh my god. No.
He's so upset he even covered the kid's face. What a bitch.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Vincent.
Vincent would show up like exactly on time. He would be spotless, like prim, proper, completely business. He would have Nicholas in tow. Nicholas would be carrying the little reusable bag filled with the candles and everything. The ducks would be in the bag. The books would probably be in there too. And yeah, he would just be straight business and would show up kind of a neutral face. And he would have a slightly aggressive pose, but not like threatening. Then I'll pass it to Miss Willa May.
Willa May is a walking shadow, as if she's kind of gliding in, and she isn't very noticeable. She definitely comes in under the guise of darkness, and the only thing you can hear is this odd silence, a very unsettling silence. It's as if there is this bubble of emptiness that enters the room. There's not even the sound of particles in the air. There is nothing. And then there is a flitting sound, as if wings are moving at an irrational pace. And you start to see them kind of crawl out of the shadows. But she will still keep herself hidden and silent, waiting.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. Cheshire arrives in an all-black Emporio Armani suit. Clearly, like, black face mask. Now I have to redo the art. Black face mask, black suit, like everything is black, and he is trying to stay as still as possible and trying to just like stand as if he doesn't want people to notice him. And he's trying to stay still. That's it. He has no emotion on his face. Just, he comes in, he's there. Just existence.
Apologies, community, but it seems that our storyteller's mic has suddenly passed away. Please, everyone, hang your head in reverence. We would like your offers of condolences, please.
Vincent got too close to the mic. I'm sorry.
God damn it, Vincent.
So many squeaky ducks. Duck touching.
The damn ducks.